off?
No, we're fine.
You sure?
We're all
I'll
good.
take mine off.
I can hear all of you perfectly
good.
fine.
I can't talk without mine on.
The one thing I'm not
do that. I can't talk without mine on.
No, I can. I feel a little weird right now. I feel naked.
Yeah.
You know, but like I can. I don't
like it. I gotta have my.
I definitely feel a little uncomfortable, but it's just like one thing I am mad about is that Josh does a great job of like kind of slipping in some one-liners that I don't know if I'm going to be really able to hear.
You will not,
unless it's going through the microphone. No, I could hear that. But like there will be Josh does his best work when 2.5 people are talking and he'll just slip in something. And it's just like,
are you calling half or half a person?
No, I'm more so.
Are you calling
saying,
Michael half a person?
No,
I mean,
do not call Michael half a person.
Going on 57. I'm pretty close.
What I'm saying is that like you and I will be talking and then like Happer will drop in like a little, he's half in the combo. And then Oddson will just slip in something. I'm not going to be able to hear that today.
I can work in a tight window.
Have you ever thought that I know you do severe reaction with him, but you and Joey Colbert are very similar, like eerily similar. Like you guys jive and have unspoken chemistry.
I've always liked having him as that producer. I will say, on the other hand, Peter is one of my good friends. I like Peter a lot.
Peter's your friend?
Yeah, Peter and I are good. We're close. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not your friend. Peter is your friend.
Matt immediately makes the conversation about himself.
Well, yeah, because
it took about 3 seconds for him to ask about someone else to then turn it around to be able to talk about himself.
You gotta jive with me here. This is a man that
I jive with you again. Make it about you.
Jive with me here. We have gone on multiple conversations about him talking to me that I'm only an acquaintance and I will never be his friend.
We are close because both our dads died.
Okay. Well, that's
why. Yep. That's why.
I was going off.
That's why we're close.
I was going off of the you have 6 friends.
Wow.
You have 6 friends.
Yes.
And Peter was one of the friends.
Peter's one of them. Yes.
And I was shocked to find out that Peter was one of the friends.
Yes. Yes. Peter is one. Yeah. I'm close. I would say this. I like working with Peter. I feel comfortable working with Peter. I'm close with Peter. But Joey's awesome. Joey's a really good guy. Makes me laugh. When you guys told me you were doing the show, when they made the announcement, I was like, well, who's your producer going to be? And you said Joey. And I was like, great. Because Joey's going to bust his ass. You know he is. He's going to be ready to go. He's going to be funny.
Joey does so much stuff that people probably have no idea even happens. He's like constantly tinkering and building graphics. He's constantly doing stuff. We are very fortunate.
He's a bedrock. You got to have a bedrock.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Yep. Overrated.
But, you said, hold on now. You can never say overrated again because I read yesterday that you said that Back to the Future was overrated.
I think Back to the Future is overrated.
That is the stupid.
Did he watch all of it?
Yes.
Did he watch all of it?
Good.
I
didn't see the end though. I don't know what happened in the end.
I have to ask this question about Matt when it comes to entertainment because famously he just dips a little toe.
My mom
gets the temperature and then has a reaction.
My mom did not listen yesterday, but if she were to have heard that take, she would have been very upset because she watches Back to the Future every Thanksgiving. Watches all the Back to the Future.
So do
movies.
We watch it every year.
As a Chicago kid, do you have to watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off every year? Is this a thing?
No.
When my
probably more so Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
When my wife turned 40, okay, we did this huge party for her. Huge party. Invited all these people she didn't know as a surprise. You know what I gave her for her birthday?
A sweater vest and a guitar.
I gave her the unlimited trilogy of Back to the Future because it's one of her favorite movies. I gave her the extended mix with all the commentary and everything. I gave her that for her 40th birthday.
Look, did I call it a bad movie? No, I called it a good movie. It is a good movie.
What makes it overrated?
I think what makes anything overrated is just the overreaction of people talking about how great the movie is or how great something is. That's what makes something overrated. Overrated just comes from everybody loving something that you don't think should be getting the love that you think it deserves. Is
properly rated a phrase?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Because that's what it is. It's properly rated.
No, it's overrated.
I mean, truly. It
is a good movie, but it's not like people talk about it as if it's like God's gift to cinema.
It's a great movie. It was a groundbreaking movie, first of all.
I don't contest that. I don't contest that at all.
Yes.
It's just I watch it and I go, this is a good movie. And there's roommate Dan who, buys Back to the Future posters and is like, this has to be, and this has to be like a cornerstone of our family room. And there's like my mother who like has to watch the movie at a certain holiday every single year. And there are people who like literally want to dress up, just not for like Comic-Con, just normally want to do
Like
the
Marty
hair
McFly.
like Marty McFly or wear a vest like Marty McFly. And I'm like, look, it's a good movie, but I'm not like pinning a lifestyle or like making a day over it.
This is a question I think it would interest all of you. Is there like a period of time that something should exist before you can no longer claim that it's overrated or underrated? Because it, like, Back to the Future
It came
will
out
not connect with you in the same way that it would connect with not necessarily you, but certainly people younger than
No,
you.
I agree.
84.
What's
What
that?
year was it? 84.
80.
Josh,
I
what
thought
year
it
did it come out?
86.
84 sounds right.
And that was what
85. I'm sorry.
20 years before you were
danced
born.
around it.
17. Yeah.
17 years before you were born.
all the
Yeah.
same.
So yeah, it's that. I agree with you that there is.
Well, at this point,
I
it's
couldn't agree.
40 years old.
I
And
couldn't
it's
agree
not-
with you more.
It's not you or this movie
couldn't-
specifically,
I couldn't agree with you more.
but there's times where it's like someone's like, "Yeah, The Godfather's not that good of a movie because this, whatever."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, but if you think of the context of when it was made, the story of
72.
how it was made, the
I-
cultural impact that it had,
coming off of what had happened. Yeah,
Right.
Sure.
I think the
So I
best
feel like
the best
overrated,
example
underrated needs to kind of like there has to be a time period of which that
there
conversation.
there is
can
a million
exist in.
% of time dilation. A million % of time dilation in
know why
terms of
it's-
how we view things.
You know why it's not overrated? This is why it's not over. Let me make this
This is
argument.
my
The
opinion.
reason why it's not overrated is because if another 150 movies are either based on the concept or reference the concept, that means that it was a very important movie, which means it's properly rated. It was such an important movie.
But
They
I'm not
referenced
going.
it-
But I'm not saying that the importance of Back to the Future is overrated. I'm not saying the importance
But
of
that's
it's a
what makes
movie.
it a
But
highly
I'm
rated movie.
talking about sitting down, looking at the movie, being like, do I like it or do I not like it? Or did I enjoy it or did I not enjoy it? I agree. You are totally right. You're totally correct. In terms of the importance and impact that Back to the Future had on movie making history,
Right.
you could not be more correct.
Yeah.
That's not the conversation I'm having.
Why did you say important like that?
What? Like Brian
Brian
Christensen?
Christensen.
I mean,
Why did you
damned
do
if I
that?
do, damned if
Why
I
did
don't.
you do that?
I can't. I mean, I can't win here.
That
I
was
can
funny.
never win.
That was funny though. Well, yeah, I mean, you're Michael
No,
Jackson
that
from
is
The
not
Wiz.
true. I listened to an entire
I
segment
know.
where you talked about how all you do is win
All
and
I
how
do
right
is
you
win.
are, and then
Did
Mary.
you play the song? Did you play the song? All I do is win.
Did you hear? Have you heard?
No,
it?
I've not heard it. I saw
I
that
don't
you were
know
doing
why
the
I'm
segment.
making a
I figured the
bunch of
segment.
predictions today. I don't know why I feel
Sure.
like I'm in the mood
Put that
to
quick.
predict everything.
It's good for us. I'm not going to stop you.
Typically, it gets me in trouble. Typically, it gets me in trouble. Yeah, you talk about something being overrated.
do you
think mariachi music is
I don't think
overrated?
it's rated at all. I think everyone hates it. So I think
You
I don't think it's
know,
even rated.
not everybody
I don't
hates
even
it.
think it's rated.
There are a lot of
people who
people who
play
love
it,
mariachi
the people
music.
who play it hate it.
No, that's not true at all.
You
are talking about a whole culture that was built upon mariachi
yes,
music.
they all hate it. So the people who play trumpet hate playing the music.
Have
Have you ever talked to them before?
I've never talked to a
because-
trumpet player before. No.
Oh, I'm a band guy. So anyway, yes, the trumpet at that high of it's just hard to play.
I bet.
And they're like, "Ugh, I hate playing it.
I read somewhere that like operas, like full on or sorry, my apologies, orchestras, full on orchestras, they play a lot of, like, recently a lot of their time has been spent in playing scores from cinemas and like going to theaters and playing
have you
those
been to
scores.
the Star Wars one's incredible.
Oh, I would love the one
Star
week I'm
Wars.
not going to be here is when
Yeah,
it's going to be.
that's-
I'm
yeah.
very mad. I'm not going to see it.
Yep.
But I read somewhere that apparently they don't like that the Orchestras aren't a very big fan that too much of their time is being spent playing a lot of scores,
Yep.
as opposed to playing, older stuff or newer stuff or
John
like trying to
Philip Sousa
like trying to reinvent the.
playing some marches. I get it.
You're in the band community?
I've heard this before. I
Yeah.
saw a piece on CBS Sunday Morning about it. And they have said that, yes. But
I find that very
do you
interesting.
want to have work is the question.
Yeah,
That's why I
Do
find
you
that
wanna
interesting.
have work.
Because it's like you're going to get paid a lot
They're
of money to
actually
do
getting-
that
They're
stuff.
getting paid.
Yeah.
If you see the movie, anybody see the movie Tar?
I did.
So great movie, outstanding movie, probably one of the more depressing movies you'll ever see, but I love depressing movies. So at the
Correct.
end of the movie, not to give it away, that's how she makes her living afterwards, doing this sort of thing,
Mhm.
because this is how you can make money nowadays.
I just find it very interesting where it's like I could see Star Wars with an orchestra an infinite amount of times.
And that's how it was really recorded. That's what John
Yeah.
Williams recorded with. an
Like
orchestra.
or just other movies. Like I feel like I would never balk at the opportunity to go
To a movie
an
where
or-
there's going to be a live orchestra.
Yes. I would never balk
I think
at
it's a
that.
cool experience. I don't know if it would be if you did it more like then the sort of uniqueness of it would be taken away from
See,
it.
I'm the type of guy
perhaps.
where I've seen Wicked the musical 7 times. I've seen Hamilton 5 times. I've seen Les Mis. Why are you laughing?
I just really hate Wicked. Sorry.
It-
Nothing against you or
I've
anyone
seen-
else. I just really don't
So-
like
I've
it.
seen Les Mis 4 times. Like I can
to
watch.
me,
I like Les Mis.
I can watch
hate
all of
Wicked.
these musicals. Know all of the words. Know everything
Right.
that's going to happen to be thoroughly entertained.
So I think some of that though, at least as I've learned, because the only musical that I've seen multiple times now is Hamilton. And what I love about it is that different performances showcase different characters in that show.
Good point.
In a way that like
is
a
very
guy
unique.
who's really good playing George Washington makes me think about that part of the production way differently than the first time I saw it, where it was just not that notable.
Yeah.
He's killing it, by the way. He's got shows everywhere now.
The guy doing George Washington.
Washington guy.
Chris Jackson?
He's killing it.
Chris Jackson was
He's killing it.
he was Benny in the Heights.
Yes.
And that's when he was
Yeah.
his first big thing. And then
Yeah.
he was so in Moana, Where You Are, right?
Never seen it.
You've never seen Moana?
No. Wait, my
He's got-
child has watched it at his daycare.
Yeah.
Okay.
More
Yeah.
times than
It's a
I
great-
think
it's a
is
great
necessary,
movie.
But
It's okay.
Chris-
It's pretty good.
Chris Jackson sings Where You Are. He's the dad. So do you know that the dad in Moana is Django Fett?
Yes. I did know that.
But then Chris Jackson sings for Django Fett.
Oh, okay. Django can't sing.
Django can't sing.
Damn it.
So it's Django does the lines, and then one of the better musical actor or musical singers
Yeah.
of a generation, literally.
But I mean, in terms
sings
of
the
like his
songs.
movies now, he is in everything. I've seen him in like 3 or 4 different TV
Leslie
shows.
Odom, Leslie Odom Jr. has been in a lot of stuff too,
and he
recently
can
as well.
really sing.
Well, it's incredible how a lot of those people in Hamilton just
Yeah.
ended up having, except for the one that I thought would, which was Philippa
Yeah.
Sue. I haven't seen her in a ton of stuff.
I think Leslie Odom did the Miami movie before Hamilton came out.
Did he?
I think so.
Oh, the
We
one night
played
in
Sam.
Miami?
We played Sam Cooke.
Yeah.
I think that came out before, but I don't know.
Well, you got the Anthony Ramos.
You know when Leslie Odom started? Smash. I think that was the first thing he did after TV. He did commercials and then he got Smash. You
The
ever watch
TV show
Smash?
Smash?
Yeah, he was on Smash.
Who's
is that
the
still a thing?
The show?
Yeah.
No, it lasted like 2 seasons, 3
Okay.
seasons. Yeah.
who's Gus Fring? Who's the actor who's Gus Fring in
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah,
He is from Do the Right Thing.
Yeah, he is.
he
Bugging out.
is.
He is bugging
Bugging
out.
out.
It
I
always
have-
amazes me because that character becoming Gus Fring in like any sort of sense of like it doesn't even seem
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah. And I know
Like
you
they're
don't.
on such a different
Yeah,
spectrum.
I know you don't watch it, but he plays Gus Fring in The Mandalorian, essentially.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, he
He's
does.
essentially Gus Fring
dude.
again.
But he's
He's the
like,
same thing.
he's
That
so
guy
good
is
in
just-
Mandalorian.
He's an amazing
good.
actor.
Here's the thing: he's like Tucci. Every single thing that
Yeah.
I see him in,
Yeah.
I go, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know how many times I've seen him in something where I knew he was going to be there.
Mhm.
He just kind of pops up and I go, immediately I have more faith that this is going to be a good thing
Yeah.
because Giancarlo
I'm trying to
Esposito
think
was
of
in it.
what random show I didn't realize he was in, and then he appears.
He just pops up as a villain in Mando where I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
Yeah.
Like this is gonna kill it.
Do you have
know?
a guy like that?
He
Schaefer?
was in a Evolution too. Or Revolution, where the lights go off, the electricity goes off in America. You ever see that? It
don't
was like
think
it
I've-
was like a
doesn't-
2-season show. It
Doesn't
was
sound
pretty
familiar.
good.
Well, who's your actor?
Who's your
Schaefer?
yeah.
That would, if he's in something, you're gonna watch it.
Well, there's a lot of them. I mean, there's obviously the bigger name ones of like I'm gonna watch any Leo movie, like
Yeah,
regardless
give me
of
like
even
a
I'm that.
smaller guy. That's like,
Supporting
yeah.
actor.
more of a guy who is a character actor.
Or
I
girl.
used to.
Or-
I think
yeah,
he's gotten really
actor's
big,
actor,
or before he had gotten bigger. Michael Pena.
That's
Anything Michael
we have the
Pena's
same
in,
one. Everything Michael Pena's
that
in, I
guy's
watch.
great.
Yeah.
Scoot McNairy, if you're familiar with who that is,
Don't
he's
think so.
in *Halt and Catch Fire*. He's the main character in that.
Right. And
Michael
he's-
Pena is a great
That's
one.
mine. That's mine. I told you that's why I
Oh.
started watching
Yeah.
Landman.
Yep.
I started
and
watching
then,
Landman, and then they killed
and then
me. Yeah.
which I mean, Bill. So part of it is some of these guys are like really big, some of them not so much, and then it kind of shifts. There was somebody that was in The Wire that I just really connected, or I shouldn't say connected to the character, but I really liked the way that he played the character. And then I was just sort of see him in random stuff. And his name is Chris Bauer. It's like Bauer. He played Frank Sabaka in The Wire.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And that
He's
guy
good
would
in
just-
everything.
Yeah, he
is.
shows up in True Blood. He
Yes.
shows up in The Deuce. He
He's
shows
good
up in
in
all of
everything.
these things. And
Yeah.
he can play like this low life character that you'd want nothing to do
Or
with.
the mob boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's David Krumholtz is part of this as well. Another guy that just appears in stuff that you learn the name of these individuals because at some point you're like, oh yeah, that guy. And then
That
you're
guy.
like,
Who is
eventually I
that
should
guy?
know his
Yeah. Who's
Nathan
that guy?
Fillion. Nathan,
He's
Nathan
probably
Fillion?
too big
know-
of a thing though,
You
because
think
it's
Nathan
Nathan for you. He has like that whole,
I think he's too big if you really, really know him or love his
Well,
work
but
or follow
I
him.
He's
guess-
been in really big shows.
Castle.
He's become
Castles, that's what I
he's
think
like
of.
a big
Oh,
thing.
I think it might have been Castle. That
Dude.
was a pretty big show. That lasted
Ca-
forever.
I have a
Castle's
totally I
And
heard
he's in The Rookie now, right?
Who is the guy who does the shows with the awkward humor?
Nathan.
And his whole big thing was leading up to learning to be a pilot here
Mhm.
recently. Nathan, I can't Felder. Is that what it is?
That doesn't.
You
help
said
me.
Nathan Fillion, and I totally misheard the name.
Nathan Fillion is
Yeah, I know who that is. He's
Fielder.
Firefly. He's
the Green Lantern.
Yeah,
And he's in a new movie now, a new TV show now. Like it's a Rookie or some other
The
cop
Rookie.
show.
Just
Yeah,
go
He's in a
for it.
Rookie now.
Which,
yeah.
by the way, that looks like a very good show that if it came out in like the early 2000s where sitcoms really mattered, it seemed like it would do
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah, and it's,
When was
got-
that- when
it's more
that
of a
show came
dramedy.
out?
It's more of a dramedy, though, right?
I think
Because I
it
remember
is.
there's an episode I watched where it involves an African American person getting shot by a cop.
yeah.
and
That show came out in 2018.
the Rookie.
The Rookie.
The Rookie.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's been around. It's
Yep.
still playing, right?
My God.
It's still on.
Talk
Yeah.
about a guy that
Think
just
so.
is in TV.
I think it got a
all the
spinoff
time.
too
Did it really?
coming up.
Yeah, the Rookie
in the fall.
North.
Yeah.
He's just really good. That guy's just really good.
He's good in everything he does.
He
yeah.
also he's done very well in like the alternative comedy setting in terms of like just very odd comic book and like
Yeah.
just that type
Well,
of
they ended
stuff.
up bringing Firefly back as an animated show.
People love Firefly.
People love. They're obsessed. That you know
that
what
show, Terriers, like there's certain shows where they only had 1 or 2 seasons, and it's like people are super locked in on it.
it reminds me of, and I had to go to the older person in the room, and Josh. It reminds me of V. Like the way when V came out and went away, so many people writing in the not Reader's Digest, writing into TV Guide, writing in to get that show back. And then they brought it back years later
Mhm.
and they canceled it again.
Yeah.
And people were pissed. V was a great show.
Gina Torres is in Firefly.
Yeah. There's a lot.
Another-
Everybody that's in Firefly is
That's
a really
another
good
ver-
actor.
That's probably like
Yeah.
one of my female versions of our plot point here. Of
This
like if
is
I
the
saw
guy
Gina
that I-
Torres,
You're going to do it? Yeah.
Nathan Fielder.
it went
No.
away.
Went away.
I don't know. You have very well kept nails, by the way. That's kind of
Yeah, well,
impressive.
no, I don't. They need to be
Yeah, you
trimmed.
do. They're
They
like,
need to be trimmed.
They're filed though and super
Well,
clean.
that's just the way they grow. They just need to. They're long. Like it's the self care hasn't been very good.
I don't know
what
this.
has
I
happened
don't know
with my
this
phone.
guy.
Nathan.
Canadian
Yeah.
actor known for his awkward persona. I've never seen this.
Oh, yes. He did like the prank show
Yeah,
where
Nathan
he
for you, and like his
So-
big thing is the audition is his big show. Is his
So
belief is that
funny.
anyone can practice anything long enough to get good at it. And
My-
his point of this was he was going to become a pilot. And
my old roommate Mikey loved Nathan Fielder, and I remember he made me watch an episode where Nathan Fielder had somebody that he had 3 people, and he had these 3 people put like a very like terrible thing in an envelope, right? And if they did not lose 15 pounds in 6 weeks, that terrible thing in the
What
envelope
happened,
was
yeah.
going to be mailed
Hmm.
to their boss. And he had like them like put that terrible thing in the envelope, have a notary like signed it, like sealed it, whatever. And so 2 people lost the weight. And then one woman, she didn't lose the weight, so they had to send the note to her boss.
It's like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, and it was like it was her saying terribly racist things about her boss in the envelope.
Wow.
And then and the boss had to be like, "Wow, this is something, and I have to think about firing you now." You know, and she's like, "I didn't," but then it's Fielder being like, "Well, she didn't lose the weight, so this is her punishment."
Yeah. Awkward comedy is the one that I do not do.
Yeah, no, I can't.
You know,
I can't do the Tim Robinson.
I can't do any awkward.
You can't do the Sasha Baron Cohen.
No, hell no.
See,
I hate that guy with a passion.
I can accept that.
Love his wife, but he hate him.
For me, it's like it's just too much. Like I just want to.
It's just not good for me. It doesn't work for me.
Hank in the chat goes, Giancarlo plays Gustavo Fring in The Boys too.
He does. Yes.
But that's the thing.
Congratulations to him, by the way.
I would much rather an actor play the same like character like that as opposed to just The Rock being The Rock in every movie.
Yes, that's what he can't do anything else because of his size.
I would much rather have Giancarlo play
more range though than like what people would have expected.
I don't know.
He made a really bad movie in The Smashing Machine. I couldn't believe how bad it was.
Michael,
I had no idea how bad it was.
5 minutes of it and I turned it. I
watched the whole thing.
And Josh, and I'm not trying to make fun of Josh Hodgson here, but Josh Hodgson did tell me that that's how Mark Kerr was. And a lot of people were like, Mark Kerr was that way. Like he was acting like Mark Kerr.
That's fine. Write the movie better.
Just
write it better. Write the female character
also
better.
The problem with Mark Kerr in his life is kind of unremarkable.
What's the end game? Yeah, exactly. In the end, you're like, so what happened?
What
he didn't really
to himself at the grocery store at the end. I'm like, what?
There's not like a redeemable.
Or he wasn't great,
but
he needs to be a movie.
He wasn't a great athlete. His life didn't terribly fall up.
No, it wasn't horrible. He didn't come close to dying. And why did they make
now
this
he's
movie?
hanging out with Jay Glazer and 28 of the NFL head coaches at a hotel in Arizona.
There's 20 other MMA guys or guys from the original UFC 1 that would make better stories.
Yeah.
Hell, the big guy from Hawaii 5-0 would make a better story.
You think a Gracie movie would?
Gracie, yes. The whole family. Make one about the whole family. It'd be great.
Gracie movie.
But that was, I didn't understand. I watch everything that's as much as I can, nominated for
one athlete that I think needs to get a movie, and that's
why I watched it.
I don't know if it'll ever happen, but one athlete that needs to get a movie that I think would be absolutely remarkable is Derrick Rose. I think if they made a fully invested production of Derrick Rose.
Why would it need to be a movie instead of just a really well-made documentary?
Because I think you can make a movie out of it. There's just so much about like how he grew up and how he grew up in like the worst part of Chicago and like everyone around him was getting killed. But like there are stories from the streets where it's like they would go by a house and they would be like, "Is Derrick there?" And they would be like, "Yes, he's here." They're like, "All right, get him out. We're gonna shoot this place up in about couple of minutes."
That's great and wonderful, but he missed those free throws against Kansas, so he was dead to me after that.
I pretty much
as soon as he missed the free throws against Kansas, I never wanted to see him anywhere.
Horrendous
ever.
Moment of my college experience.
One of my worst experiences in my life.
Not to mention he got totally bodied by LeBron James in 2011. One of the worst MVPs.
Oh my God!
Was everybody else on Memphis' side for that game? Because
we all hate Kansas.
There was like 4 different gambling stories in the media.
Forget
about
the gambling.
Everybody was gambling.
I don't care about the gambling.
I just hate Kansas.
This is a basis of our acquaintanceship.
Yes,
Severe and I have
hate Kansas, and yes, I'm still angry about that. I remember going to sleep that night and not being able to sleep and being up almost all night because I was so mad that Kansas had won the title.
I have a roommate or then roommate who I won't drop his name, but he's a huge Nebraska basketball fan, and he dropped a rock chalk because he didn't want Calipari to win, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And Jake Sorensen was a rock chalk guy?
I never lived with Jake Sorensen, but
because that would have been stressful.
This individual claimed he did not say this, and there was other witnesses. And I was like, this is not.
You can't do that.
This is not a story I made up.
I'll never forgive you for it.
Rock chalk.
I'm telling you,
I've never used that phrase.
I would never. I said it there, and it felt.
I would never use that. I would never use that phrase ever. No, I feel bad right now.
Who's your most hated college in the Michael Severe hate tree of colleges?
The most hated college. Wow, it's a great question. So Kansas is up there. Kansas basketball's up there.
Yeah.
Michigan, way up there.
I agree. Couldn't agree more.
The whole state of Michigan.
Wisconsin there at all?
No.
Okay.
The fans are horrible people.
They're
They're
Terrible.
incredibly bad people. I can't believe how bad people they are. For when I was a kid, it was Pitt because I was a Penn State fan.
Great
so
point.
it was Pitt, but I don't care about that
You
anymore.
don't care about this.
No, not really. I probably that Kansas basketball for sure. Michigan in anything in the world.
Yeah.
Michigan.
And if we added in pros, it'd be the Falcons, and then you hate the Boston Celtics, correct?
So anything involving Atlanta, the city of Boston, the city of those are completely
taking place in the state of Michigan.
anything happening in the state of Michigan. Most part, I can't.
You don't
Although
like
I don't mind the Lions. I kind of hope the Lions.
You like the Pistons?
Never really was a fan of the Pistons. No, I mean I like Isaiah. I liked Isaiah from college.
I love Isaiah.
That Isaiah was one of my first guys that I really loved watching in college.
Okay.
Isaiah, that was 81. Before that, I have to go back. Like Syracuse, probably 78 is when I started watching Syracuse.
For me, then.
Yeah, the Juan Dixon kind of thing. Now that Juan Dixon would make a great movie. That would make a great movie. You want to talk about a guy that went through some?
I have no idea.
Juan Dixon.
That
you
guy
don't know
could
about
play
his
basketball, and I loved watching him
parents
play
were on
basketball.
crack. He ended up. Oh my
I have
god,
no
that
idea.
guy. Oh yeah, Juan Dixon's story is incredible.
You make the whole movie.
And won a
about
national
that
championship.
Maryland
And won a national championship. Didn't miss the free
Unlike-
throws and made the free throws.
failed MVP Derrick Rose.
Exactly.
Whoa.
That's the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Why is it a competition? Why is it Stephen A. Smith versus Skip Bayless? Middays Matt coming up next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays with Matt live and roll here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson here on Middays with Matt. We are on weather watch, baby. Rain, go away. Come back. We kind of do need you. We'd like, I know some people have already planted their corn crops, but I think most people have already planted. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a farmer or anything
I don't know
like that. I'm not going to pretend like I know, but I know that people, anytime we got rain, people will be like, we need this, so maybe we do need this. I'd like the lawn to look a little bit more
alternative opinion. We don't need this.
I enjoy the rain. I like the rain. I've always been call me a rain guy, if you will. I've never minded it. Just as long as there's not lightning, I don't really care. I like when we would run cross country, I loved running into the rain. I thought it was a great time. I thought it was awesome. We are currently watching the Big Ten tournament quarterfinal between USC and Michigan State. It is raining over at the Chuck Box. Now, it's raining to the point where when they zoom in on the pitcher for USC, you can't see anything hitting him, but in the background, you can see that the rain is coming down. When they do cut to the foul territory, the foul territory mud is quite kicked up right now. The infield dirt looks quite fine. They're currently playing through it. I have to remind people, as always, in baseball, you can play in the rain. You just cannot play in the thunder or lightning. So we will keep an eye on that. Will Nebraska play today in the Big Ten tournament? Probably not, if I had to guess. If they do end up playing today, I'm going to guess that the first pitch would be incredibly late. It would probably be around the 9:30 to 10 o'clock range. We will see, but we will keep track. I mean, we're really going to know whether or not Nebraska is going to play today if they can get through this first game. If they're able to trudge through this first game and then maybe even get part of the second game in, it definitely would bode pretty well for the Huskers playing today, maybe at a later first pitch. We will see. There's been an interesting development here. You brought it to my attention. I want to give some people credit. So softball yesterday, obviously, they were supposed to play Oklahoma State. Lasted one inning. Not even. Got through half an inning. Then we got to 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. And then all of a sudden, we were done. Lightning came through. Apparently got really bad out there all of a sudden. I had some buddies tell me that the lightning was triggering some car alarms in their apartment complexes. And that it was it got really bad out of nowhere is what some people were telling me in Lincoln. So they ended up not playing the game. Nebraska is supposed to play Oklahoma State at 4 o'clock today. Now, I want to give credit to Amy Justin Frommer here. Frommer, the new writer for the Omaha World Herald. Justin got that job a couple of weeks ago, so congratulations. Frommer tweets, so does Nebraska automatically advance to OKC if there's no softball played this week? Amy Just quote tweeted Frommer's tweet and said, this is a great question. What I do know, Nebraska and Oklahoma State have through Monday to get this series in. If the series is tied 1-1 and the third game cannot be played, the higher seed advances. If Nebraska, if NU advances, sorry, I get annoyed when people Northwestern guy, NU equates to something different in my mind when it's written in a text form. So I get really confused when it's written. If NU advances, Nebraska would have to fly to OKC per the 400-mile rule. So if This series is tied 1 apiece, and they cannot get the third game in between Oklahoma State and Nebraska in by Monday. Then we are going to see Nebraska advance to the College World Series for the first time in quite a while. They are now showing the radar here.
Tarp's on the field.
The tarp is officially on the field.
Mhm.
All right. Well, there's a red band that's supposed to move through, and then we should be in the clear for a little bit. So this could be a fairly quick delay here between Michigan State and USC. The game's in Cincinnati at Prasco Park in the Big East tournament.
Woof.
Not going on today. So
no baseball today.
No baseball today in Cincinnati. Game officially delayed between USC and Michigan State. Tarp is on the field. We'll see how quickly they can get it off and get everything up and going again. So this is definitely we'll see how long this delay ends up lasting. I mean, definitely the hope is it's done as quickly as possible and they can get this game over with and then get to the second game. And then we'll see what happens. I think though at this point it's Nebraska is definitely on the wire between whether or not they end up playing today. It already is raining right now over on Dodge Street where we are over here at the 1620 The Zone studio. You know, driving in the rain, definitely different than driving, you know, when it's clear conditions, but you know, you can move a little bit. I get a little annoyed when we come to a crawl because there's rain coming down, right? Be cautious. Don't get me wrong. Be cautious on the road. Don't look at the phone, right? Keep a safe amount of distance away from the cars, but we don't have to go into a driving Miss Daisy crawl because there's rain. We can go a little bit quicker is my only complaint when it comes to Omaha drivers. When there's snow, take your time, buddy boy. Take your time. Do your thing. All right? I just want to get from point A to point B. When there's rain, definitely keep some more distance. But we in Omaha here, we can pick up the pace just a little bit. Just a 2 cents from a guy who's not from here. Don't forget, if you want to get in the conversation, 402-951-1620 is the number. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. If you want to reach us on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, Equitable Bank, they take banking personally. Matt at 1620 The Zone, Josh O at 1620 The Zone. And don't forget to reach out us on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at Matt McMedia, at producer Josh. So we will keep an eye on everything going on at the Big Ten tournament. We will keep an eye on everything that in terms of delays. We'll keep an eye on what's going to happen at softball. We don't have to keep an eye on anything that's happening in Cincinnati. They are not playing today in Cincinnati. So tomorrow, the Big East tournament will resume. I would like to watch baseball tonight at the Chuck Box. So I will be there. Wind, rain, sleet, snow. I don't mind a 10:30 first pitch. I got nothing better to do. You know, there's probably a lot of parents and kids out there who definitely do have better things to do. I hope for your sake, maybe we start a little bit earlier so you can enjoy the baseball with your family. Me personally, we can start this game at 11. I just want to see some ball play. What is the mood, by the way? I'm curious for you Nebraska baseball fans out there. You diehard Nebraska baseball fans who might be listening to the show today. What is the mood in terms of winning the Big Ten tournament? Is it of importance to people to go back to back Big Ten tournament champions? It's very unique. 2 years ago, when Nebraska won their first Big Ten tournament title, they won 5 games in 5 days. They were borderline, they were probably in. They had 35 wins going in to the Big Ten tournament. But it was one of those things where, hey, if you can win it, you feel a hell of a lot better than, if you don't win it and you have to see what happens on your Fin and Selection Sunday. Last year, they were not in the NCAA tournament. It was, you got to go and you have to win this tournament in order to get into the dance. And thank God for Parker Pico, who ends up dropping that fly ball in right field, and it allows Nebraska to advance and end up winning the Big Ten tournament and going to the NCAA tournament. This go around, not only are you in the tournament, you very well could be hosting the game. Now, I think the attitude for the Big Ten tournament is you'll want to win a game or two to make sure that, none of the losses might affect you in terms of the RPI or any of the measurements that it comes down to when it is decision time on whether or not Nebraska is going to end up hosting. But I am curious, are people Are you super dialing for the tournament, all the games? Are you kind of just like, no, just don't lose the first one and make sure you're kind of locked in for your regional? I just want to know what the attitude is, because it's 3 tournaments in a row now, and Nebraska's defending their title and trying to go back to back to back in terms of Big Ten tournament champions. By the way, nobody has done that in Big Ten tournament history. There's been a lot of repeating champions. Michigan has repeated as champions. Minnesota has repeated as champions. Ohio State has repeated as champions before. Indiana repeated as champions back in the early 2000s. But nobody has won 3 straight Big Ten tournaments in a row. Going to be, I'm just kind of curious, like what is the temperature? What do people think? So we'll keep a track on whether or not what's going on with Big Ten baseball. Are there delays? The tarps on, tarps off. We'll give you updates as we go along. We'll also give you updates in terms of the softball game as well. If how the weather is looking there. Like we mentioned before, great tweet from Justin Frommer and Amy Jusk. If Nebraska and Oklahoma State cannot get 3 games in by Monday, and that series is tied, the higher seed, which would be Nebraska, would automatically advance to the Women's College World Series. We'll also talk some Nebraska football today. KD Jones, an offensive lineman from Grayson, Georgia, the same high school as the previous commit we got a couple days ago from Jordan Agbanama. KD Jones and Agbanama both go to Grayson High School in Loganville, Georgia. He committed yesterday. Jones, a 3-star offensive lineman. Very big gets for the 2027 class. Nebraska got off to a monster start in the 2027 recruiting class, where it was top 10 very early on, but then slowly but surely has kind of been tracking back just a little bit, just falling ever so slightly in the rankings, got as far down to 28, according to Rivals. Picks up 2 commitments on the offensive line in 2 days from 2 offensive linemen from the same high school in Loganville, Georgia. KD Jones, he's listed as 6'4", 270 pounds on the On3 recruiting site. Jeep Wade and Lonnie Teasley both credited with the recruitment here, going up against teams like Auburn, South Carolina, Michigan, and Georgia Tech. Big gets for Nebraska football on the O-line. I do want to talk about something when it comes to the offensive line. If you look through the history of Nebraska under Matt Rule, recruiting offensive linemen has not been the issue. Nebraska's been able to get in some offensive linemen into Lincoln pretty consistently, and not just any old offensive lineman. They've been able to get in 4-stars like Grant Bricks, 4-stars like Preston Tamoa, 4-stars like Sean Hammerbeck, 4-stars like Claude and Puma, 18 total commits over 4 different recruiting classes for Nebraska when it comes to their offensive line recruitment under Matt Rule. The problem hasn't been recruiting these guys, and it definitely isn't still recruiting these guys after Jordan Agbanama and KD Jones end up committing as O-linemen to Jeep Wade, Nebraska. The problem's been developing. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about some of these numbers. I went ahead. I did some math. I looked at rosters. I kind of did a little bit of a rabbit hole thing, as I do with Husker football over time. And I'll give you some numbers that aren't great. I'll be real with you. Just going to be honest with you. They're not great. But what has happened over the last 2 days is great. And there was some little just sprinklings of things that were dropped in Steve Sipple's Tunnel Talk today that goes ahead and definitely does kind of support some of the things that we're hearing when it comes to the offensive line and the job that Jeep Wade, along with Lonnie Teasley, is doing. So we will talk about that today during the show. We will also do a little bit of NFL talk. A lot of things have been dropping in the NFL. Mike Garafolo almost slipped up on Rich Eisen the other day. I was watching Garafolo on Rich Eisen. He was talking about Joe Shane and John Harbaugh, and he was mentioning, hey, they have a really good relationship, and, everything's working, and, they're going to be together for the long haul. And then Josh, he kind of hiccuped. He go, just maybe for the foreseeable future, right? He was like, I was like, oh, that's interesting that he went from long haul to, just for now, like over the next year or so. Well, guess what? Mike Garafolo yesterday reported along with Ian Rappaport Joe Shane got an extension for the New York Football Giants and will be there for multiple years now. So Mike almost pre-dropped his contract extension news about 36 hours before it actually came out with Joe Shane. We'll also talk about some things that are going on in OTA, some quarterback battles across the NFL. Cleveland's got a quarterback battle. Atlanta's got a quarterback battle. Arizona might have a quarterback battle. Jacoby Brissett is nowhere to be found. He's not at OTAs. He's supposed to be their starting quarterback. Arizona's actually, they're not super excited about it, but they're okay with it because there are times that Brissett definitely looked better than Kyler Murray and the offense they were trying to run in Arizona. Not around. He wants to be paid more money because he's actually going to be a starting quarterback this season. We will see what happens in Zona. Currently, right now, Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck are the two quarterbacks taking first and second team reps for the Cardinals. I think the hope for Arizona was Beck would probably make his in-season debut around anywhere from about week 8 to 12. You know, we all know how these things goes. Brissett is the starting quarterback. He plays well for the first 5 weeks. Then he has 3 stinkers. Then we bring in the new rookie off a bye week to make sure that he's fully prepared. You go ahead and you play. We all know the song and dance. It might happen sooner than you think because Brissett not at OTAs. We'll also talk about Matthew Stafford. Signs a contract extension, 1 year, $55 million, could turn into $60 million, dependent on whether or not he hits some certain incentives. That means that his contract now is going to be 2 years, $105 million over those 2 seasons. Matthew Stafford, the oldest player in NFL history to win his first NFL MVP last season. This contract would put him to his year 40 season, or age 40 season. The question, I'm always going to question it, and I'm always going to ask it. I still don't understand why they drafted Ty Simpson. I still don't get it. I 13th pick, luxury pick. You had an opportunity. I mean, look, were the LA Rams a Mekhi Lemon away? Like, is he going to make the biggest difference? You know, if they were to draft him and have a third wide receiver in that offense. Probably not this year, but Mekhi Lemon, based on how he moves and how he catches and just how he plays, fits that Ram system perfectly. If you're talking about a player, yeah, maybe he wouldn't make a massive impact right now, but who knows what's going to happen with Puka Nacua and his personal issues that he's working through right now. And we haven't gotten too many updates on that. Devontae Adams isn't getting any younger. And even though Mekhi Lemon would probably be the third wide receiver on this team this year that could end up winning a Super Bowl, he'd probably end up being your number 1 wide receiver in 3 years if they were to draft him 13 overall. They instead decide to go with Ty Simpson, a quarterback who played 1 year at Alabama, had a very limited number of starts, and then when defenses started to figure him out towards the end of the year, he got exposed. But he's a former 5-star, and he showed some really great promise through the first 9 weeks of the season. And despite the fact that Ty Simpson has sat an extended period of time before he got his first true opportunity at Alabama, they think that it's a good idea to sit him even more. At this point with Simpson, my one thing is, dude, this guy's got to play. He just hasn't played enough. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about things in the NFL, talk about baseball, talk about football, talk about softball. Let's go to Denver Broncos' Eric, who's on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline and wants to talk a little bit Nebraska baseball. Eric, what do you got from me, my man?
How we doing today, buddy?
Doing great. Great to hear from you. Appreciate your call as always, friend.
I am a diehard Husker fan of all sports. Have been my entire life. I was born and raised here, and I'm a Broncos fan. So take it as you may. Nebraska baseball, okay? Losing the first game here in the Big Ten tournament, I truly believe it'll affect their seed. I think they're going to host, but if they want to ensure that they're going to host, they need to make that championship game. Now, I'm not saying they have to win it, but they need to make that championship game. Get a couple more wins, and you are secure. Hopefully, it bumps them up enough to where they can get, like maybe a 9 seed, maybe an 8 seed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
For the national tournament. That's great. And also, Nebraska softball ladies, go win that championship.
Absolutely. Eric, thank you for the call.
They're on the way. They just got to fight this stupid rain.
Absolutely. We'll have some more weather updates when it comes for both baseball and softball throughout the day. All right. before we hit a break here and really kick off the show at 11 o'clock, we will got to talk about something that happened yesterday that impacted pretty massive sport community. We were all stunned when it was announced yesterday around, it was about 4 or 5 o'clock, that Kyle Busch, the two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, passed away at the age of 41. Absolutely stunning news. A legend, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest, not just Cup Series drivers of all time, one of the greatest racers of all time. Kyle Busch, man, he was brash, he was braggadocious, he was arrogant, he was cocky, and unapologetic. I saw this clip of him yesterday talking about being the villain in NASCAR. And he said, man, I loved it. I love being the villain. If this is my role, this is my role. And you know what? It didn't matter because all I did was win. And as much as people hated Kyle Busch, I mean, the amount of people who you're tweeting about this guy and posting on social media about this guy, about how sad they are, but they passed away, but they always had to include how much they hated him watching him race growing up. That's how good he was. He just won and won and won. And he was the epitome of, you hate to see it, but you love to watch it. And Denny Hamlin went on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan and talked about how every race that he was in was just better and more entertaining than the races he wasn't in. And he had a profound, profound impact on the sport of NASCAR, not only just as a winner, but as an entertainer, and is an absolute legend, first ballot Hall of Famer, and just a major loss to the sport of NASCAR, because not only is this just a legend passing away way too soon, but man, he still had much more to give. He still had way more races ahead of him. He had more wins ahead of him. He
was in the simulator 48 hours ago.
Josh, he won a race 6 days ago. And it's one of those things where it was such an interesting part of his career he was in, because he was transitioning from going from this young, brash, arrogant winner to this kind of older gunslinger, wild west, last rodeo type dude, where you didn't know when his next Cup Series win was going to come, but you knew it was going to come, and it was going to be really weird when it came, because everybody was going to cheer for it and everyone was going to be happy for it. And it would have been the first time in a while where Kyle Busch wins in the Cup Series and everybody cheers about it, because typically it's met by boos and just anger and hatred. And yet he just, it's so tragic, because he had a lot left in the tank, man. And when I think of Kyle Busch, you think of the villain, you think of the competitor, you think of all those different things. But what I think about is he was a pure racer, man. A pure racer. He loved to drive. He loved to compete. He loved to win, right? I mean, it did not matter what he was in. He was going to try and find a way to win with it. You could have put him on a camel in a camel in the Indy 500. He was going to try and find a way to win the Indy 500. That's how he was. He was a pure driver, a pure racer. And it's just so tragic. And it just reminds us how fragile life is. And I will say this, I haven't stopped thinking about his son, Brexton, because if you're a big fan of NASCAR and you follow Kyle Busch on social media, and more in particular, if you follow him on Instagram, you know how close him and his son is. And, one of Kyle's biggest goals in life wasn't, winning the next Cup race or winning another Cup Series championship or anything of that regard. What he wanted to do more than anything was race in NASCAR with his son. And he spent a lot of time and just poured in so much of his life force into his son's upcoming NASCAR career. And they had, and you could see it, just through their interactions and through their videos and through their pictures, the inseparable bond that Kyle and his son Brexton had. And I feel terrible for his entire family, for his friends, for his daughter, for his son, for his wife. Just an absolutely awful tragedy. And it just reminds you, man, how quick things can turn. 6 days ago, that guy was in victory lane in a truck series race. And now we're talking about him gone. And it's just tragic and it's awful. And it's terrible. And it's just as someone who's definitely a newer fan to NASCAR, I had never watched Kyle Busch win a race live. And I was yearning for that moment, and I was waiting for that moment, and I wanted to see him win that next Cup Series race, and the stands explode, and everybody go crazy, and everybody think you're in bizarre world because people are cheering incessantly because Kyle Busch won a Cup Series race, which never happens, and yet we're not going to get that, and it's just it's terrible, it's awful, and we give nothing but prayers, thoughts, and condolences to his family and the entire NASCAR community. A legend lost yesterday. Kyle Busch passes away at the age of 41. We'll take a call about KB coming up at 11 o'clock, but we'll hit a break here on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Reading a article right now. Ross Dellinger just quote tweeted it about Louisville's current financial deficit from the athletic department. You want to guess how much their 1 year financial deficit in the athletic department is, Josh Hodson?
$10 million.
$30 million deficit.
Whoa.
That the Louisville athletic department currently has. Here's probably the best line in terms of trying to cut this deficit down. You ready for this? In another era, an athletic department facing this kind of deficit might slash spending, retreat from the arms race, and try to stabilize. But Josh Hurd told the board the problem with that strategy. If we don't have talent on the field or on the basketball court, we have no opportunity at all to increase our revenue streams, he said. If you stop spending now, you lose. That may be the truest sentence spoken by college athletics this year. That was all written by Eric Crawford of WDRB. We will talk about that later in the show. That article, along with Stuart Mandel, I believe it was 2 days ago, released an article about essentially the Cold War that is happening in college sports between TV networks. And it just seems like the more and more you read about this stuff and the more information becomes public, the more you realize it's all kind of joined together at the hip. The more you realize all of these things and all of these dots are kind of connected to create what is a big problem across all of college sports when it comes to making money, satisfying financials, while also trying to satisfy fans and not completely deteriorate the sport that a lot of people enjoy. We will talk about that later in the show. Real quick, before we get into our Husker football segment, Mike wants to talk about Kyle Busch, who tragically yesterday passed away at the age of 41. Mike, thank you for holding on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. What do you want to say, Mike?
Hi, I'll just make it quick. I love the show.
Thank you.
But Kyle was just one of those guys that just kept his own personality. He didn't change once he got into NASCAR. He kind of stayed himself, and then watching how visible he was between, the different sports, like he'd get on Flow Racing and be a part of their announcing crew. And then, all of his racing he does with Braxton. It was great to watch on social media and seeing all the kids in the trailer with Braxton and how, just in the moment he was with all of that with Braxton. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you talking there. Look, here's another thing too about Kyle Busch. And if you want to call in or text in at any point and talk about it, we'd love to hear, your Kyle Busch memories if you're a NASCAR fan, just because he was such an impactful racer. But, he tells a great story about when he was a young racer. He was driving pretty recklessly in a race, and he was running guys up the track, and, he was being super aggressive. And, this is very early on in his career. And he goes ahead and Tony Stewart, he's kind of like the sheriff of NASCAR, right? Tony was a very intimidating guy, and Tony called him to his trailer. And so Kyle walks in the trailer, and Tony had a big old dog, right? A very intimidating dog that was just, in his bus. And so he walks in, he sits Kyle down, and he tells Kyle, "Hey, look, you're going to be a championship racer. You're going to be a Hall of Famer. You're going to be incredible. You're going to win at a very high level one day. But this is how we do things. All right. This is how things work, and this is the etiquette, and this is how you show respect. And there are these moments and those moments, and you just have to learn that." And Kyle talked about that. That was a pretty impactful moment in his career, and it kills me because we are in a very interesting time in racing where there is a transition between the racers who grew up going to their local tracks, going to their local dirt tracks, grew up going to their local, mile and a quarter, mile and a half, and racing and learning there. There's a transition from what we now consider old school, where you come up in kind of the local circuit and you learn the etiquette and you learn from the older guys, and eventually you make your way into the big leagues. There's a transition from that to the kids who are growing up at the simulators, to the kids who are growing up, kind of playing video game racing, and who are, not learning the tracks by driving the tracks. They're learning the tracks by, virtually seeing the tracks and, learning patterns and whatnot. And so when you have that transition from growing up on local tracks to growing up in simulators, you lose that etiquette, right? Because if I just wreck you in a simulator, who cares, right? We just restart the game, whatever. It doesn't cost me anything, nothing like that. Where you wreck on a local track, right? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of damage. The guy could get a concussion. It's dangerous. And so I always thought that, Kyle Busch, as much as he still wants to win, as much as he was such a great competitor, he was, angling to be a very good bridge to teaching some of those younger guys potentially, what that etiquette is and what it is to be in racing. And he had moments like that with certain younger racers, and especially a guy like Chris Bell, who, at times it seemed like he put his arm around him. And once again, it's just heartbreaking that he's not going to be there. And not only is it, we have our thoughts and prayers for his family, but, the NASCAR community lost a little bit. Yeah. Lost a lot yesterday. And it's a very, 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 very hard loss for the sport, in my opinion, because of just everything he represented, and more importantly, what he represented was just a pure racer and a pure competitor. So just want to give that some time, because it's still shocking to a lot of people, especially people who absolutely love the sport. Very classy on the Carolina Hurricanes yesterday before their game one between the Montreal Canadiens, which they ended up losing. They honored Kyle Busch before a puck drop. I thought that was a very classy gesture by them. Let's go local here. Husker football picked up another commit yesterday. KD Jones joins Jordan Agbanama as 2 offensive line commits in the last 2 days, both of them from Loganville, Georgia at Grayson High School. 2 very big wins for Jeep Wade and Lonnie Teasley to get those guys into Nebraska's 2027 recruiting class, which, stalled just for a second. Very great start, getting Tay Ellis, getting Amir Brown, getting Trey Taylor, skyrocketing up into the top 10, top 15 range for Nebraska football. But, as more and more of these blue chip 2027 commits start picking where they're going to college, Nebraska has been missing out here and there on some pretty good recruits. Obviously, the number one we talk about is Ahmad Hudson, the tight end out of Georgia, Louisiana, rather, going to LSU. But Nebraska picks up 2 pretty big commits this week. Jeep Wade, and I can't wait to talk about it with Tim Verghese on Tuesday. Obviously the expectation was that, he's a great coach and he's got a ton of pedigree, and those Georgia Tech offensive lines were in, the Joe Moore Award conversations. And Keelan Rutledge, gets drafted this year out of Georgia Tech, a guy coached by Jeep Wade. We heard in the spring, not only just from sources, but also just coaches straight up like EJ Barthel praising the offensive line and just kind of commenting on the difference of how the offensive line looks, the fact that they're just big and athletic and they're built, and Jeep really has them working. But now we kind of get into this area of recruiting where him and Lonnie Teasley both these last 2 days have really hit the ground running. And, it's one of those things where I look at these commits and I'm very excited. I'm very happy. And I think if you've been listening to the show, that that Nebraska football is not going to win games without having a good offensive line. I cannot see a world where Nebraska football is successful in the Big Ten and they are not plus in the trenches, whether it be on the offensive line or whether it be on the defensive line. You just cannot survive, thrive, and live in this conference if you are not big and physical up front. And I think that Jeep Wade going out and getting a fully merit-based hire from Matt Rule, identifying, hey, this is a very good offensive line coach who has pelts on the wall from his time at Georgia Tech. Let's bring him in here and let's have him develop our offensive linemen and getting us into the right track, because Nebraska has had moments where they look good on the offensive line. Nebraska's had moments where they look terrible on the offensive line. There are times where I can point to, man, look at the run block and look at Latovsky and look at Spindler. They're absolutely hammering guys in the run game. And then I can point to the Minnesota game where they gave up a insane amount of sacks and completely lost that game because of the lack of protection from their quarterback and the fact that their quarterback just could not move, which is still baffling to me. But regardless of all of that, I view the commitments of these 2 men, Agbanama and KD Jones, as wins. Agbanama, the number 6 interior offensive lineman in the class of 2027, a top 100 recruit, a very big win here. Haven't watched tape on KD Jones, but immediately sticks out, right? 6'4", 270 pounds. You can still add to that. But recruiting on the offensive line has not been a problem for Matt Rule. I think this is a very important distinction here. The offensive line has not been to the level that you need it to be, but it's not because of your inability to get guys through the door. Nebraska, in 4 recruiting classes under Matt Rule from 2023 to 2026, has had 18 commits from the offensive line. 5 in 2023, 6 in 2024, 4 in 2025, and 3 in 2026. Out of those 18 commits, 4 of them, Grant Bricks, Preston Talmoa, Sean Hammerbeck, and Claude Mpuma, according to Rivals, 24/7 rather, have been rated 4 stars, have been rated blue chip prospects. Currently, right now, 12 of those 18 high school commits are still on the roster for Nebraska football. 3 of them from the 23 class, 4 of them from the 24 class, 2 of them from the 25 class, and everybody from the 26 class. 12 of the 18 still on the roster. None of them are projected starters next season for Nebraska football. Elijah Pritchett, transfer portal acquisition. Mubenga and Brendan Black, transfer portal acquisitions from this season. Tree Babalade on the other tackle, transfer portal acquisition from this season. And Justin Evans, a guy who has been here before Matt Rule even got here. 18 different offensive line recruits. 12 of them still here. None of them starters. I get more jazzed for development talks when it comes to Jeep Wade, as opposed to getting jazzed when it comes to recruiting talks when it comes to Jeep Wade. Don't get me wrong. Team clap for Jeep getting a 4-star, top 100 prospect. Right? Team clap. Hell yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. We'll get to that. We'll be better. But that hasn't been the issue. Like I don't identify Nebraska's offensive line problems as you haven't been able to get talent through the door. No, you've been able to get, some pretty sought after offensive linemen into your system. You've been able to, convince them, hey, come here, play here. We're going to develop you. We're going to get you right. Dude, 18 offensive line commits. And out of all of them, only one of them has really played a lot. And that's Gunnar Gatula. Gunnar Gatula from the class of 2023. He's the only guy who's gotten extensive playing time. But you go through this list, Brock Knudsen, no. Sam Sledge, no. Bricks, no. Talmoa, no. Pyle, no. Jake Peters, no. Hammerbeck, no. Juju Marks, no. And Puma, no. Waterman, no. Hayden Ainsworth, no. Now, granted, those last 3, and Puma, Waterman, and Ainsworth, haven't had an opportunity to compete yet, so we will see. But the point being is, it hasn't necessarily been they just haven't been able to get the guys come in here. The problem has been you haven't been able to get them on the field. And, they talked in a pretty big game in terms of what their process was, right? We want to get guys in here in year 1. We want to redshirt them. We want to then, the next year, we want to develop them into a backup. The next year after that, we want to get them to starting caliber, and then they'll start the next year depending on how the classes work, right? And you hear that, you go, hey, process, model. Hell yeah, I like that. When did that ever happen? When did that ever occur? Every year it's been, you got to bring in Micah Mazuka. Every year it's been, you got to bring in a Rocco Spindler. Every year it's been, you got to bring in a different offensive lineman to fix that hole, right? And don't get me wrong, they've done pretty well in terms of getting guys, from an offensive line transfer portal perspective, they've done pretty well. Ben Scott, I know we harp on the fact, and when I say I harp on the fact that they haven't had enough draft picks over 3 seasons, and I think, in my opinion, even more damning than that, they haven't had a transfer portal acquisition be drafted. I think that's insane. Ben Scott didn't get drafted, but that was a pretty damn good acquisition and played a lot of football for you, right? So, you kind of have to balance your hits and your misses, and what do you identify as a hit and what do you identify as a miss? But at the same time, it's inexcusable to have, and let's limit the number to 15 because the 2026 class, they haven't had time yet. It's inexcusable to have 15 high school recruits come into your system and only one of them in 3 years got extensive playing time. Only one.
Now, if you're an if you're a, hey, we're going to flip the roster every offseason NIL type of program, then we can
we can
talk about
that.
You're
fine.
But if you're touting yourself as the development program, we're going to do this the old school way, for lack of a better term, that's not what you're looking for.
And if you want to keep doing that, you want to keep doing this math, you're going to be like, all right, well, Matt, you can't count the 2025 class because they only had, all right, fine, I won't count the 2025 class. You've had 11 guys through 2023 and 2024. And out of those 11 guys, you still have 7 of them, and only one of them has played extended period of time. It's just, I love, like, don't get me wrong, I love everything I'm hearing about Cheap Wade. I love everything I'm hearing about Lonnie TZ. I love what I'm hearing about the work that they're doing on the recruiting trail, but I want to hear about the development. I want to hear about the young guys. I want to hear about Sam Sledge coming up, Grant Bricks coming up. I want to hear about you taking the talent that you think Sean Hammerbeck has and going ahead and turning them into that, because that's where you win games. That's where it starts. And so all of this is to say, like, I'll get excited about some of these offensive line recruits that you're bringing in here to Lincoln, but that hasn't been the issue. The issue was the offensive line development. And, you can say, like, I'll admit it. I was a defender of Donovan Raiola for a while. Like, I thought some of the things that he did in terms of the run game were spectacular. I thought that there were a couple times he was making some chicken salad out of chicken, what. Like, I thought that there were moments where I thought he should be getting a little bit more credit for what he was, for the flack he was getting. But I think you look at this, and you look at all the recruits that have brought in and the lack of production that's come from that, and you look at this list and you go, okay, that's why they made that move. Because this is, for a lack of a better term, disgusting. And Jeep Wade, all you hear about him is, no, it's going in the other direction. And, you read Sipple's Tunnel Talk today where he dives into that, and he just keeps hearing so much about the offensive line. And I've talked to people, you hear a lot about the offensive line and the different athletes that they have there and the interesting acquisitions they made in the transfer portal. Like, that's when I'm tuned in on. That's when I'm dialed in on. I'm happy to hear about the blue chips. I'm happy to hear about the 3-star prospects. I'm happy to hear about all that stuff. I need to see development on the field, though, because that is where it's been lacking egregiously for this Nebraska football team. And I'll say it once and I'll say it a million times. This Nebraska football team is not going to win games. They are not going to reach the place you think, they should reach under Matt Rule if they do not have a above average or plus offensive line. Like that is just not going to exist at any point in this program. This program is not going to be able to be successful despite having an offensive line. This program is going to be successful because they have a good offensive line. And they're going, and by the way, we saw it last year on the other side of the foot, right? This program could not be very good without a good defensive line. This program is not going to be good in spite of a defensive line. And we saw that happen before very eyes last year, especially in the last 3 games of the season. Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. 429516020 is the line or the number to reach us. David wants to talk with the offensive line. David, my man, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thank you for calling.
I'm going to respectfully, I agree and disagree with you.
Go ahead.
I agree with you that especially since Rule has touted about, we're going to develop guys. I think that definitely they have fallen short, but I think you're on the wrong position, buddy. I happen to actually have a lot of, I was friends with one of the former offensive line coaches when we were really good.
Yeah.
And rarely did a freshman play. If you look at the good teams on the offensive line, rarely do freshmen play.
Okay.
Or sophomores or juniors. And in fact, if you look at the top 25 and look at most of those teams, I bet you it'd be very rare to find a guy that's under a junior year who's actually playing or contributing. And if that's the sort of position like corner where you can throw them out and they can play a couple plays, especially in the Big Ten, those offensive linemen are, defensive linemen are 310.
So you're saying all the way dating back to 2023, it doesn't matter that they have one starter, one guy who's played extensive period of time. You're saying that it doesn't. I mean, like Grant Bricks was a junior last year. He was a 4-star guy.
I think you have
didn't even sniff
bit
it.
of a point, but not. I think your point would be much better served looking at the other positions. I mean, look at how many DBs we got, and those guys that you should.
The defensive back room is going to probably been the most solid position that they've had this entire time that Matt Rule's been here at Nebraska.
Yeah, I think if you were to compare and look at the other teams, you can find very, very, very few freshmen or sophomores that are going to contribute.
I'm going back, Dave. Yeah, David, I understand what you're saying, which is why at one point I said I'll eliminate 2026. They're freshmen. Who cares? I'll eliminate 2025. They're freshmen last year, but still, you got 5 guys in the 23 class that haven't done anything, and then you got 6 guys in the 24 class where it's like they haven't done anything, and it's like they haven't developed that.
24 class are sophomores.
Okay, so the 23 class is all juniors. Got one guy out of there who would have been a key contributor. 24. I mean, is there anyone in terms of? I mean, there's not even anyone who's really like angling at this point. It's like you got an offensive line full of transfers, man. You got to have somebody coming up. You got to at least have one guy, and you can't tell me that nobody. You can't tell me that nobody across the country. Nobody across the country in terms of are playing freshmen and sophomores. Indiana's best offensive tackle last year was a sophomore. I mean, Tennessee was playing that guy was playing Brandon Baker, who was a freshman last year in Tennessee. Elijah Pritchard was playing very young. Caden Proctor was playing very young in the offensive tackle.
You're talking about
I'm talking about I mean, that's a lot of outliers there. I'm just saying I agree with
You're talking about 5 offensive linemen per team, and you just mentioned 5 guys.
And you have a very blanketed statement. It's fine, David. I agree with you that I won't hold them against the 2025, and I won't hold them against the 2026. But still, 2023 and 2024, the fact that you only have 1 out of 11 guys who's had extended playing time, that's not good enough. 1 out of 11.
100%. Do you want a team that has playing freshman and sophomore in the offensive line?
I want a team that has
any coach.
Yeah, go ahead.
Any coach who's been coaching, they will say no. You want to be old. You want to be juniors is rare. It's usually seniors. Look at the top 25. When you get done this today, go look at the top 25.
Okay.
See how many freshmen, sophomores across the country, or just look at the top 25. Look at how many of those teams had freshmen or sophomores in. I bet you it's less than 10%.
David, you're getting mad at me when I already told you that I eliminated the 2 classes that would have had that. It's still 1 for 11, my man. It's still not good.
You're always talking about.
I'm talking about juniors. I'm talking about juniors.
Seniors or redshirts.
I think that's a very blanketed statement. And I think that you would find that there probably are more sophomores and juniors who start on offensive lines. What's the data, David? I would love a number for you to assign this with. I'd love it. Come back to me. You know what, David, come back to me with that number. I agree with you. It probably is mostly sophomores mostly seniors are starting. I know, David, listen, let me finish, David, let me finish. I agree with you that it's probably mostly seniors. Not probably. It is mostly seniors starting on the offensive line. I agree with you. But I'm still looking at the fact that you have 11 sophomores and juniors, and you only have 1 guy that has extended playing time. That is not good enough. That's not good enough in any sort of degree. 1 for 11 is not good enough.
The norm. That is the norm.
Okay.
You are arguing against the norm.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it. I don't think I'm arguing against the norm that they had 5 guys in the 2023 recruiting class. 2 of them are gone, and one of them got extended playing time, and he's not even going to play this year. The development's not been good enough. And if the development was good enough on the offensive line, do you know who would still be here? Donovan Raiola. Donovan Raiola would still be here if the offensive line development was at a top level. It hasn't been. It has not been. It's a good conversation. I appreciate that, David. You should call in sometime. All right, let's hit a break and let's go ahead and talk to Evan Bland, the Omaha World Herald, about Nebraska baseball here on 1620 The Zone.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
We always enjoy your calls, by the way, on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We had a very fun call with David in the last segment. David encouraged me. He said, go and look at the data. Go and look at the numbers. How many freshmen, sophomore, and juniors are taking snaps in college football. So I went ahead and I did that. Went to PFF, and I found 123 freshmen and sophomores last season across college football played a minimum of 50 snaps in college football, ranging from teams such as Iowa, such as Washington, such as Texas, such as Iowa again, such as Tennessee and Arizona and Penn State and Purdue and Michigan twice. So just for David, because you encouraged me, go and find how many freshmen and sophomores played last year at the Power 5 level. 123 different players getting over 50% of snaps on the offensive line last year. You still can have young players play on the offensive line. Breaking news, and that didn't even include juniors. We bring in Evan Bland from the Omaha World Herald to talk about Big Ten baseball this week. Hopefully, we start to play today. Evan, how are you?
Doing all right, man. Yeah, just hanging out at the park a little bit, and they're running through their soundtrack of rain-themed songs right now. So, yeah, hopefully things clear up a little bit today.
Okay, so what is your prediction? Let's just get it right now. What Evan Bland says is going to go. Does Nebraska play today in any sort of capacity?
I'm going to say yes. It's not going to be at 5.
Okay,
but I think they want to do everything they can to have to play 2 extra games tomorrow in the semifinal round. So, it might not be even, it might be 8 or 9 tonight, possibly. And they could condense maybe the time between games as well. So I think they're very motivated to try to finish this. You're not going to probably get Oregon, Washington in tonight. That was supposed to be the 9:00 game, but it's kind of funny, right? Like you think about a year ago, it was supposed to be Nebraska, Oregon on that big night late in pool play, and weather wiped that thing out. So we'll see if this affects the big crowds tonight and how it goes. But it's just my hunch, kind of looking at the radar, being an amateur meteorologist, I'm going to say they find a way to get this in late.
What is the vibe at this Big Ten tournament compared to the vibes at the previous 2 other Big Ten tournaments that Nebraska baseball ended up winning?
It is different. Like the one last year, they had to win it to make a regional, and so there was desperation every day. Like you had to put everything out there in terms of pitching and live for the moment and figure out tomorrow, and they were able to do that. And the tone that last year set when Michigan State dropped that ball that should have ended the game and ended essentially Nebraska's season just kind of felt like there was some inspiration maybe involved in that run after that. And then 2 years ago, they were kind of set where they were. Like they were an at-large team. They weren't really on the hosting bubble at all. And so you just play it out, and they kind of came together and came out of the losers bracket from what the format was at that time. And so, yeah, I think this year is different, where you're kind of playing with house money in that you are the 2-time champ. And if you don't win it this year, I don't think anybody's super upset about the outcome. And obviously you're still looking at those top 16 national seed projections and the RPI and where you fit into that. And it's my opinion that Nebraska's resume, even if they lose tonight, is good enough to host. So, you want to do what you can. You're not going to overextend anybody, but I think there's a little bit more scoreboard watching this year. And I think especially if they make it to the semifinals and face Oregon, which is right on that regional hosting line, maybe things ratchet up a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely a different vibe and probably the most favorable one of the 3.
Your analysis tonight, you released it on Omaha.com, your article previewing tonight's game between Michigan. What do you think is the biggest area of concern and the biggest area, or probably the biggest key for tonight's game for Nebraska, whether it be played tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, it's interesting because like the format would suggest that whoever would face a 1 seed or a 2 seed would be just depleted in terms of pitching, because you would have been playing your 4th game in 4 days. Michigan is, I think, mitigated that about as well as you possibly can, where you had, one of your starters, Cade Montgomery, goes complete game in a 7-inning run rule. And then last night they had a freshman named Shane Brenham go complete game shutout over 125 pitches or whatever it was. And so their bullpen is in about as decent of shape as you could expect for a team like that. So to me, the main question today is, will Nebraska see Kurt Barr, who is Michigan's Friday ace, senior workhorse? He's the guy who held the Huskers down in Ann Arbor a couple of months ago. He started the Wednesday game, threw 40 pitches or so. So do you bring him back as like a regular starter? Do you see him maybe in an abbreviated outing? Like, how do they want to play that? I think that'll be probably the big key. But you look at Michigan overall, they've actually struggled down the stretch. I mean, they were swept by Ohio State and lost, I think, another midweek or two as well. And it's a team built around pitching and defense. The offense has been very hit or miss at this point. So I think if you're Nebraska, you probably like that matchup with Carson Yassa, your ace out there. This is probably going to be a lower scoring game, at least as far as Michigan's concerned. I wouldn't anticipate them scoring a ton of runs. So, if Nebraska can get into that bullpen a little bit, like they have tended to be able to do, I like their chances. But certainly pitching advantage is Nebraska. It's just a matter of how does Michigan play it? Because again, you look at Michigan's RPI, they're right around 50 or so. Like, this is a game for them that if they win, it could make the difference between being an at-large team in a regional or having their season finish. So I would expect them to throw the kitchen sink at the Huskers just in terms of the arms tonight or tomorrow.
What do you think of the new format?
I like it. It's way better than last year's. Last year's was sort of brought together hastily because of the addition of the West Coast teams.
Yeah.
It was confusing, right? Like the games that had the potential to be inconsequential for the outcome. But this one, I think it accounts for where the Big Ten is nationally, where you are going to have the top of your league be in the mix for hosting conversations and certainly safely in as an at-large. And so it protects your top 4 seeds. And I think that's played out very accurately this week, where all those teams can be exposed to is one loss. It's not going to hurt their postseason profile. And then beyond that, you're going to have teams that are on the bubble, like Michigan, like Purdue, maybe like Iowa, where you want to play multiple games. Single elimination maybe isn't as beneficial for you. So Purdue's kind of taking advantage of that. Michigan's taking advantage of that. So the idea from the coaches was to maximize bids for the NCAA tournament. And I think at least through this tournament this year and the way these teams lined up, that format's doing just what it was intended to.
I love how you put that there, because I've only really thought of it of the one way where it's like, all right, it's clear that they're protecting the top 4 teams, right, by allowing them to, kind of rest up and then have to play teams that are playing their 4th game in 4 days. But I like how you flipped it on the other side as well, because that is a factor. You give teams like Michigan and Purdue more opportunities to bolster their resume in order to get maybe those bubble at large bids. So a great way of putting it. What is going on right now at the park? Because it's not raining over here on Dodge. It might still be coming down over there. Is the tarp off? We can't really see it here on the Big Ten Network. What's your update about what's going on over there?
Well, I had to duck down underneath because if I was on the field, all you'd be hearing is the music. But as of 10 minutes ago, the tarp was on and it was still drizzling some. But, like we said, they're going to be motivated to get this thing going. And it looked like on the radar that the band moving through wasn't super thick. So I would think it'd be getting going here in the next little bit. I don't know that for sure, but they're doing a good job taking care of the people that are hanging out watching the precipitation.
Yeah, right now, so we're projected to be okay in terms of rain up until 2:00, and then that's when it's going to kind of start going up and moving again, and there will be scattered showers. So we will see in terms of whether or not they get how many games they get, and whether or not Nebraska ends up playing. All right, we're not going to talk to you until after Selection Sunday, so make your prediction here. Where does Nebraska end up being seeded in the NCAA tournament? And maybe go a step further, Evan, because I know you're a sicko and you might have thought about these things. Who do you think Nebraska would end up playing potentially in a regional that they would be hosting? Lay down your prediction right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are some games that have yet to be to play that'll decide a lot of this. But I mean, I think, like I said earlier, I think they're going to host regardless of what happens at this point, even if they lose to Michigan. Incidentally, that'd be a quad 2 game, so that doesn't really hurt you that much anyway. But I think in that 13 to 14 maybe national seed range, if they run the table this week, 12, 11 maybe would be as high as they could go, especially if some of the other games in other tournaments break a certain way. But yeah, give me 13, 14 range to host. I think the one thing that I'll be watching this weekend is how does Arkansas finish out the SEC tournament, because that's a team that is right on that hosting bubble.
Yeah.
And the way that that's set is, they don't want teams in the same conference. They're not going to put teams in the same conference in the same regional. So like Oregon and USC are both sort of in that similar spot. Arkansas is a team that if it wins another couple in Hoover, they could well host. If they don't, there's a decent chance the Hogs will come to Lincoln with their legion of fans and Dave Van Horn. So I don't know if that'll play out that way, but kind of an interesting thing that's been on my mind, Matt, has been, they haven't hosted since 2008. They hosted a number of regionals in that decade, but really outside of Miami in the Supers, they haven't had a high profile team come into Haymarket in a postseason setting. So this would be a kind of a new deal where you would have maybe an Arkansas or, an Ole Miss, potentially a team like that with some established history coming into your park.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility, but put me down for a 13 or 14 and some disrespected SEC 2 seed coming into Lincoln.
Jeez. I think a lot of Husker fans are like, no, we don't want high profile. Get out of here with high profile. We're good. We'll play Weber State, who's having, 55 wins. We'll play that team, not the Omahawks, as some nickname them. So be very interesting to see where Nebraska ends up on Sunday. Be very interesting to see if they end up playing tonight or what happens in terms of what the schedule will be for the Big Ten baseball tournament. Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald will be there at the Chuck Box covering it all. Evan, you're the best. I appreciate you. We'll have you on a little bit more as Nebraska continues to make their run in the Big Ten tournament and the preceding NCAA tournament. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Thanks, man. Yep. See ya.
See you soon. We will hit a break here, and coming up next, the Odd News with Josh Odd's son here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
Josh, let's do the odd news. We got a lot of time to do the odd news.
I'm going to spread my wings.
Yeah, I'm a peacock, Captain. God, let me fly. You guys are arguing. Two good men are dead. Two good men are dead. You guys are arguing who's going to be the next big shot, huh? Is that what's going on? Maybe I'll watch that movie this weekend.
Oh, good pick.
Be a hell of a movie.
We begin in Indiana, where a person has been arrested on drug charges.
What
after
a shocker.
They were spotted dancing with a turtle in the road.
Well, were they harming anybody? Were
I
they
guess
getting
not.
Were they getting in anybody's way?
The Indiana Division of Law Enforcement shared information about the incident that I can read through a bunch of ads. Indiana conservation officers arrested the suspect. Officers saw the individual dancing in the road while carrying an eastern box turtle. They later discovered that the person allegedly had methamphetamine and drug paraphernalia. The DNR said eastern box turtles cannot be collected from the wild.
I'm looking up what an eastern box turtle looks like. Oh, it's a pretty it's a pretty looking turtle.
Officers released the unharmed turtle near the area from which it was removed.
Apparently, you can raise eastern box turtles.
Okay.
At least that's what a YouTube video says.
Well,
oh, do you want some fun facts about the eastern box turtle?
I would, please.
The eastern box turtle is not a graceful swimmer. Eastern box turtles are terrestrial, which means they live on land. Although they enjoy shallow puddles and moist areas, especially on a very hot day, they do not manage well if submerged. They are clumsy swimmers and maybe even drown if the water is too deep. But the eastern box turtle is an early riser. Okay. They are active during the day in the heat of the summer, and they get an early start so they can spend the hottest part of the day relaxing in the mud. There are some of your facts about eastern box turtles.
Okay.
They also have a hinged shell, which means that they have a hinge located on the bottom of their shell, which allows them to tightly close their shells in self-defense.
Interesting.
Some fun facts.
Where is this? This is in Albany. Story number 2. A man with a prior DWI conviction already under his belt showed up drunk to the county jail to pick up a friend who had been released after their own DWI arrest.
What state is this in again?
This is New York.
Okay. Whoa. Oh, I thought this was Georgia. I thought this was like some southern
No,
stuff
they weren't speeding. This was drunken driving.
Yeah, you can take the man out of Georgia, but you can't take the Georgia out of the man. Nolan Smith. Good God.
Antone Glioni.
No, Antonio Glioni. Okay,
25 years young.
Yeah, Antonio, come pick. I got a DW. Come pick me up over at the county jail. Okay. Hey, have a couple sedcas ready for us. All right.
Arrested. Instead of playing a game of classical musical chairs, he was the person there to drive home. Reports suggest he was arrested after deputies suspected he was intoxicated. Adding to the list of troubles was the fact that his driver's license had been revoked due to a prior DWI.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you know. Like,
that's a good friend, though.
No, it's not. If you are getting picked up from jail and that is the person that's picking you up, you're destined to go back to jail.
Yeah,
like,
you should just stay there.
If those are the people you are associated with, and that is the person you trust the most to come and get you, and he's getting you with a revoked license, drunk off his ass, you're gonna make your way back here, bud. We'll see you soon.
Story 3. We go to West Virginia, where Clinton Wayne Nealon,
great name,
was in trouble for repeatedly calling 911 to report extraterrestrials and zombies at his home. He was arrested. He's charged with misuse of local phone services and impersonating a law enforcement officer. Four deputies responded to his
Whoa!
residence.
Are you kidding?
Following a series of 911 calls reporting zombies, ghosts, and a UFO.
Do you think they kind of believed him?
No, I'm guessing
Do you think they brought 4 deputies like, boys, this guy's probably high?
Yeah, that's why they needed 4 instead of the typical 2.
But what if there are some zombies?
What if he's right?
Bring your shotgun.
Upon arrival, the man made false claims, including that he was being harassed by numerous officials and that he was a police officer from Louisiana. He was not.
That's probably the easiest case to solve there.
Yeah.
Where's your badge, son? Where's your ID, son? Where's that at, my man?
I left it in Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah, that's I don't know I'm surprised you didn't mention that they found a bunch of drug paraphernalia.
Yeah, nothing about that in the article.
Really?
Entirely possible.
I mean, what do you mean entirely possible? That had to be it. There is no way that guy wasn't on drugs. Unless he was just trying to, maybe just wanted to go to jail.
Some people do that.
Some people do that. Okay. Well, good job on the odd news.
Thank you.
That was a menage a trois of a bunch of different odd news stories. I'll give you not an odd news story, but a story that it's just frustrating. It's frustrating what's going on in college sports. Stuart Mandel does a beautiful job of putting it all together, and we'll have a little bit of I'm going to try and thread the needle a little bit with a Steve Sipple article with the Stuart Mandel article. So I'm going to try and be a good broadcaster here and bring in a bunch of different perspectives to explain to you what's going on in college sports. Let's hope I end up doing it correctly here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right. I might have to go to block 16 today. Never been there before.
Oh, okay. What's the special?
The Omaha Witch. Wouldn't it just be the Oma Witch? I don't know. Omaha Witch. A spin on a traditional Chicago beef. 24-hour braised short rib, grilled onion, extra Cooper's sharp, mayo, hot jardiniere on a Toski house seeded roll, served hot and wet. I like jardiniere. I like the fact they braise the meat for a while. Typically, it's it's a chuck, not short rib, but it's fine. To each their own. I'll eat a short rib Italian beef. Totally okay with that. What is extra Cooper sharp?
I believe it is the cheese that they put on.
Oh no, it's okay. Guess it is a spin on a traditional with mayo. I'm interested to see how I would like that. Now, can I tell you what I'm a little bit worried about when it comes to this sandwich? I'll say it again.
Please.
24-hour braised short rib, grilled onions, extra Cooper sharp, mayo, hot jardiniere on a toasty house-seeded roll, served hot and wet. What do you think I am most concerned about the sandwich?
I'm going to go the mayo.
No, I'm actually kind of interested by the mayo because I love mayo.
Okay.
I'm all for mayo. I had a cousin, she puts mayo on her hot dog. Okay.
Whoa.
I put mayo on I tried a little bit of a bite of it. I didn't hate it. Would I go out of my way to do it? Absolutely not.
So then it must be the cheese.
No.
Okay.
Because it's a twist. It's a twist.
Okay.
I'm really worried about the bread. You gotta. The Italian beef is all about the bread.
It's got to stand up to the elements.
You have to have a sturdy roll. You have to have a roll that can take being dipped in that au jus. You got to take a roll. You got to have a roll that will soak up that juice, that will be able to disperse that juice in every single bite you take. At the same time, that bread can't fall apart. All right? It cannot split down the middle because then it's just so hard to eat that Italian sandwich and that Italian beef sandwich. So I'm worried that they're not going with the classic Italian roll, right? A classic choice. It's always soft, but yet sturdy enough to hold that Italian beef juice. There's even companies that go, this is what we do. We make Italian beef bread. And I'm a little worried about the sturdiness of this Toski house-seeded roll.
I'm guessing Jess and Paul have thought of this already.
The Italian beef is all about the bread. Don't let anybody tell you differently, right? You can, because here's the thing, right? You can braise whatever like beef you want. Braise a short rib, braise a chuck, braise a round. I don't care. As long as the beef is shredded, as long as it's tender, as long as it's well seasoned, right? And as long as it's it's got a good au jus, I'm cool with it, right? I don't really care what meat you use. I really don't care about putting mayo and cheese and whatever you do. All right, that's your twist on it. Now the onions is a little weird to me. It's because you go beef, jus, and jardiniere, but I'm telling you, I'm worried about the bread. Sindelar. Matt complaining about a sandwich he hasn't had yet is the kind of Friday before Memorial Day BS I've ever encountered on this station. I've talked all about sports today. All right. I'm just telling you, something came across my desk. It's perhaps the best thing I've seen in weeks. If you got about 90 seconds, I'd love to tell you about it. Okay. This Italian beef sandwich is remarkable. It's one of the most beautiful things I've seen. I'm just telling you, I'm gonna try it today, and I'm a little worried about the Toski seeded house roll. And I want to educate people that if you ever make an Italian beef sandwich, it's got to be about the bread. It's got to be about the bread. All right, let's talk about sports real quick.
For Alex, we'll talk about sports.
Alex, we literally changed the complexion of this show for Alex Sindelar. We completely flipped this schedule around for him. And yet he has the audacity to complain and moan. It's ridiculous.
Well, it worked last time, and he's hoping it works again.
Well, it's going to work again because we're going to talk about sports. Real quick, before we get into what we're going to talk about with ESPN and Fox and The Athletic and Stuart Mandel and a great article written and some of the things from Husker Online and Tunnel Talk, I'd be remiss not to mention that as of right now, 12:10 is the scheduled time that the Big Ten intends to resume play between Michigan State and USC at the Chuck Box at Charles Schwab Field. It was delayed. For how long we have that delay for? You think about an hour? About an hour delay. Right now, according to my weather app, we should be good in terms of rain for the next 2 hours. So we'll see how much baseball we can get in here and whether or not Nebraska will end up playing. And what time if they do end up playing. So we will keep on track with that. But as of right now, we're 5 minutes away from USC and Michigan State resuming play. They were in the 4th inning when they had to bring the tarp on. So hopefully get through it quickly. Got to have a little bit of an in-between, and we see if we can start that next game before Nebraska is supposed to play. So we'll keep that all in check. I had you check the weather report for softball in Lincoln. We should be good, right? We should be okay.
There might be some rain towards the end of the game. It might get delayed one time. They'll get it in tonight.
So as far as I know, talking to some people, no intention to play a doubleheader at any point. They're going to play one of these games every single day, which I do want to bring up the fact it's still a very relevant topic here. Justin Frommer, along with Amy Jusk, Lincoln Journal-Star, with Justin Frommer, the Omaha World Herald, both did a great job of explaining if Oklahoma State and Nebraska cannot get 3 games in before Monday, in the event of there being a tie between the Cowgirls and the Huskers, the higher seed would automatically advance to the Women's College World Series. Mm-hmm. So putting that out there, if Nebraska were to win one game, right, you'd feel a lot better in terms of, right, if weather kind of takes this one way, Nebraska would end up benefiting from the phenomenal regular season that they had. I think that is worth mentioning and putting out there. Before we get to sports, Nebraska 98 Pats goes, I could do more Matt Food takes. They are spot on. Thank you. Thank you. I know my way around a plate.
Bad
you can
Takes
ask Carol.
Doug is on your side.
That's Bad Takes Doug?
I am 99% sure, yes.
I have some very very, very hardcore supporters, okay? But sometimes the hardcore supporters I have do have questionable takes, which is a little bit worrisome. It's a little bit worrisome.
I like Bad Takes Doug.
Bad Takes Doug's a good one. He continues, though. Omaha is very good food town. Couldn't agree more. Guys, I'm not kissing anybody's ass when I say this. I love this city. In terms of
it's a good city.
Being a young man moving to a brand new city where you don't really know a ton of people and you're trying to experience the town, and it is my job to know about the city, to know about what's going on here. I couldn't be luckier. I love food. I love sports. I love bars. I love places that have good food, good sport, and good drinks. Omaha has plenty of that. Bad Takes Doug continues, though. Omaha is a very good food town, but to make it world-class, need more discerning palates like Matt's. Expect more from your food vendor of choice. Cinderlar goes bars. Seriously. Shout out Trap Room. What a great place. A lot of great people who work at the Trap Room. Shout out Jackie and Trinity. All right. Let's talk about sports. We're getting to sports. Stuart Mandel wrote a beautiful article in The Athletic, and I believe it was Wilbon yesterday who came across my timeline speaking about ESPN versus Fox as kind of this cold war of college sports. I think it's so beautifully put. There is a cold war going on in college sports because the it's SEC versus the Big Ten, right? The SEC always wants something and the Big Ten wants something else, right? The SEC wants to have this amount of teams. The Big Ten wants this amount of teams. The Big Ten wants automatic qualifiers. The SEC doesn't give a damn about automatic qualifiers, right? The SEC wants to call the shots and talk about strength of schedule and strength of record. The Big Ten wants to tell you how many national championships they've won. These two conferences who have been given all of the power when it comes to making decisions in college football, which, if we're being frank, the decisions that happen in college football trickle down to all of the other decisions that happen in sport. they have all the power. They have all the say. And we've, over the last 2 years, have very much pitted the SEC and the Big Ten against one another. And we've always added the caveat of clearly there are sides here between, the Big Ten being paired up with Fox, and Fox always doing a good job of presenting their games and promoting the Big Ten teams, and ESPN clearly, the machine that the ESPN has behind the SEC and their just ability to get SEC, laced coverage consistently and always promote and always put on the highest pedestal broadcasters who hold the SEC in the highest regard is very evident. But now I feel like it's being revealed more and more that this is less about the SEC and the Big Ten, and it's more about ESPN versus Fox. And Stuart Mandel, team clap for Stuart. 3. Here's my count, by the way. I go, team clap. 3, 2, 1. Right? So I'm always doing that in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Team clap for Stuart.
I'm going to get better.
Team clap for Stuart. We got to get better. We'll improve. But anyway, Stuart wrote a great article today about the Big Ten and ESPN and the SEC and Fox. And the Big Ten is over in their meetings in California right now at their very gaudy resort hotel, and they've invited media members over to that annual meeting. It's the first time they've ever done that. The reason why they're doing it is because last year the SEC invited media members, and they were able to, push out a message. They were able to kind of launch a little bit of propaganda spawning from those meetings. The Big Ten said, wow, that was a very smart decision from the SEC to get their messages across on a national medium. We are going to go ahead. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to invite reporters. It was reported 10 to 15 national reporters out to their annual meeting so they could go and push that same propaganda. And what's been coming out from the Big Ten meetings? 24 teams, 24 teams, 24 teams. More important games in November, more teams in the mix, more competitive games throughout the entirety of the Big Ten. PJ Fleck being like, of course I want to go to 24 teams. I want to be able to make the college football playoff every single year. I want to be able to have more competitive games and more games that matter down the stretch. And I think that any college football fan, who really takes a step back and looks at this understands that there's a bell curve here. All right? There's a curve. There's a moment where you go from having 2 teams playing a national championship game, you expand that to 4 teams, you make incremental progress, right? You add more meaning to more games because you're going from 2 teams to 4 teams. You go from 4 teams to 12 teams, you add more meaning to games. There is incremental progress in terms of the stakes being added to so many games across the country. But it's of my opinion that once you go from 12 teams to 24 teams, you're no longer going up. You're now going down. You're now curving around. And because you're no longer adding more stakes to games, you are now taking meaning from other games and dispersing it elsewhere. There's no longer incremental progress. It's just you're basting a different part of the turkey. Okay. And so it's one of those instances where I would much rather have more care and there be more stakes in a Oklahoma who's ranked 10th and an Alabama who's ranked 11th. I would rather have more stakes in that game in week 10 than having stakes in a Minnesota team taking on a Wisconsin team, and Wisconsin's ranked, 28th and Iowa's ranked 20th. And this is a big, no, I would much rather have their stakes be on the Oklahoma-Alabama game to see who's going to end up in the top 10 at the end of the day. I don't want the stakes of that game to be dispersed onto the Iowa Wisconsin game because, frankly, Iowa and Wisconsin aren't going to win the national championships if those teams are ranked like that at that part of the season. But you know who could win a national championship? An 11th ranked Alabama team in week 10 or a 10th ranked Oklahoma team in week 10. So I think that there is obvious. It's just so obvious to everybody that you're not adding stakes to games. You're just taking stakes away from games that include better teams and putting it elsewhere.
Why do we not like the NBA?
Too many games.
Too many games.
And
the stakes are on the wrong thing at the start of the playoffs. Like, ooh, who's going to be the 7 seed? Who's going to be the 8 seed? Who the hell cares?
This is another thing too, Josh, where I do worry about the NFL going to 18 games. I do worry about the NFL having a 20-week season. I do worry about the NFL kind of falling into that where the games mean a little bit less because you're adding more. And the same thing happens in this 2014 playoff. I'm going to be real with you. This is simple explanation, people. It does not take a rocket science to look at the 2014 playoff and explain to anybody that, hey, there is a detriment to adding more teams and taking away stakes from games that should mean more. Okay, that's easy. But while the Big Ten is telling you that it's about stakes and it's about having more games matter in November and it's about having more teams in the mix to make the playoff toward the end of the year, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what it's about. And Stuart Mandel's article from 2 days ago absolutely cuts through all of that because he tells you what you need to know. And here's what you need to know. This isn't about the Big Ten trying to flex on the SEC. This isn't about the Big Ten trying to flex that they're the big dog and they make the decisions and everything that runs through college sports runs through them. It's not about that. This is about Fox rewriting a massive wrong. When the college football playoff games, when the media rights to those games came up, there was only one network that made a bid to go and get them. It was ESPN. Fox didn't even make a bid. Fox didn't even try and get the rights to the college football playoff. And now we have seen how valuable that is for ESPN. We've now seen, how many viewers they get and how that pops a massive rating and how there's just so much eyes and attention and how ESPN, when it comes to college football, has raised their game in terms of their importance and influence on college football because of the fact that they own these rights. And so Fox didn't know it then, but they sure as hell do now, that they made a mistake when they did not go off and try and get the rights to the college football playoff. But they know that if they were to expand to a 24-team college football playoff, that hell, like ESPN is not going to have enough inventory in order to broadcast those extra games. And so Fox is going to be that TV network that swoops in and takes those games, right? And so it's one of those instances where this isn't the Big Ten trying to flex. This is the Big Ten trying to help Fox. This is the Big Ten trying to get Fox that extra added inventory. And another interesting thing to Fox is worried right now. Fox is worried right now because every year they pay $2.2 billion to broadcast the NFL. Okay. $2.2 billion to broadcast the NFL. Well, the NFL has an opportunity in 2029 to opt out of that deal and to go ahead and start negotiating for other TV deals. And I think Fox is very worried that, somebody like Netflix might come in and take a lot of their games, or Prime is going to take a lot of their games, or NBC is going to take a lot of games, or maybe ESPN gets back in on it and takes a lot of their games. Fox is very worried. That 2029 marker where the NFL has an opportunity to opt out of that TV contract, that is on their mind constantly. And I think that this is an indication of maybe they're trying to hedge that bet. Maybe, they're potentially trying to hedge here and be able to acquire another entity, which would be incredibly valuable, which would be a handful of college football playoff games in order for them to broadcast and get them closer to even playing field when it comes to the potential influence they have, or at least the perceived influence they have on college football in the eyes of the viewer. And so to me, this is the definition of a Cold War here in terms of you have two entities that are essentially, you think they're fighting for something, right? And you think they're going against each other, and nothing has been actually happened. And no, the SEC hasn't actually done anything against the Big Ten, and the Big Ten hasn't done anything against the SEC, right? They're just kind of arguing right now. There's not like any lawsuits or anything like that. But yet those two actors are just acting in a certain way, not because of their own specific interest, but because of the interest of their backers. And in this case, the SEC is holding pat at 12 teams, saying, no, we are staying here because we don't want ESPN to have to give up inventory to Fox, which allows Fox to become a more powerful entity. We can't allow that to happen. And so it's just wild to me that we're sitting here and in the eyes of the fan, in the eyes of the viewer, in the eyes of just logistics, in terms of creating the best possible product that you can create, 24 teams is not it. Everybody can point to you. Like Mike Greenberg, okay, said it best. The minute we start talking about resting guys in the regular season for the college football playoff is essentially when we lose the plot to everything when it comes to college sports. And that is the one thing that I am kind of concerned about, is that what makes college football is not that it's a lesser form of the NFL. What makes college football is that it's unique. It's at times dumb. It doesn't make a ton of sense. It's kind of, it's erratic. It's kind of crazy. There's sickos and psychos and things that we really, really care about in terms of who's the judge in what court case and all that type of stuff that pro football fans would never even think of, right? Here's a great example, right? Like, if you were to not know, like, who the running back coach is, if I didn't know that the running back coach was EJ Barthel right now, there would be people being like, oh my God, how can he not know that? How can you be, here in this business and not know who the running back coach is for Nebraska football? I remember being in ESPN Chicago and being like, asking people who were on the air, being like, do you know who the special teams coordinator right now is for the Chicago Bears? And they're like, no, not really. And by the way, no one cares, and they don't talk about that stuff, and then it doesn't matter, right? That's not the discussions they're having, right? What makes college football is the passion that the fans show, is that just how every little thing matters so much. And you put all your heart and your effort and your thought into it. And when we start making decisions that have nothing to do with the fans, but yet have to do with money, have to do with finances, have to do with TV networks, have to do with things that we don't care about, that's when you start giving fans a reason to no longer have the same passion. And when you don't have the same passion, when the fans don't have that same passion for the sport, that's when you lose the sport. College football isn't awesome because it's the NFL light. College football is college football because it's its own thing. And when you start making decisions that veer away from the uniqueness of college football and that start playing into, the whole argument of, well, the pros have this percent of teams that end up making the playoffs. College football should have a similar percent of teams that make. No, they're not the same. They are not the same. Every 4 years, look, in the NFL, you have 32 teams. In theory, every 4 years, you can make decisions to get yourself to contend to win the Super Bowl. You can turn things around in 4 years. In college football, every 4 years, that does not happen. That's not every 138 team has an opportunity in 4 years can completely flip things because it's not the same rules. It's not under the same, there's not a commissioner. There's not all that stuff that makes everything as fair as it is. And we are totally fine with everything not being fair in college sports. We're totally okay with that. In a way, things not being fair in college sports is kind of the beauty of it. It's got a little wabi-sabi to it. It ain't perfect, but it's ours. And when you start making decisions that are motivated by money, it makes it yours. And when you start pushing away the fans and not caring about what they think and what they want, that's the easiest way to lose interest, investment, and passion in your sport. You cannot let that happen. And the fact that this is where we're at now, I'm going to 10 toes down. I'm team SEC. I don't care that we're in Big Ten country. I don't care that Nebraska's in the Big Ten. I hope the SEC stands firm and says, no, dude, we're not. You need us to press the other button for you. No. 24 teams in the college football playoff. It overall just makes the sport worse. It makes the sport worse. I'm Team SEC for them saying, nah, dude, we're good. And yeah, like, is the SEC also trying to benefit their TV partner? Are they trying to do the same thing that the Big Ten is trying to do for Fox? Sure. At the same time, to me, it's to the benefit of the fan. That's how I see it. All right, Doug, scan the line. We're going to get to your call when we hit this break. We'll do a little bit of a baseball update. Michigan State, USC are currently playing right now. We'll talk a little NFL. Oscar Jacobson will join us at 1 o'clock. And don't forget about balls at 1:20 here on Middays with Matt. I would say that number one love in my life, outside of like my family, and all the important stuff. We're talking about like the hobbies and stuff like that, or like, categories and all that stuff. The number one love obviously is sports. I would say number two is food. I think, by the way, not unique at all in any way, shape, or form. I think I'm with most humans when I go love sports and then I love food. So if you ever have a sport take, 402-951-1620, that's a Prairie Flower Casino hotline. We always love your sport takes, but we also do love your food takes. And Doug, Bad Takes Doug, has a food take for us. Doug, how are you? Dang it.
Doug's important. Can't make Doug wait.
That's on us. It's on me.
I'm sure it was fine.
Made him wait too.
Put it in the chat, Doug.
Put it in the chat. What do you think, Doug? Currently right now, Michigan State taking on USC. The Trojans leading 4-0 in the bottom of the fifth, one out. The batter for USC just got walked. Currently right now, no rain here in Omaha, and we're looking at the weather app just to make an update here. As of right now, we're good. At 1 o'clock, there is a 40% chance of rain, and then we're ranging from 40% to about 55% all the way up until about 9 o'clock. Now, I would like to remind everybody, we can play in rain. We just cannot play in lightning. So hopefully this Michigan State USC game gets done pretty swiftly. So we can either start the next game that is supposed to play before Nebraska takes on Michigan tonight, or probably not going to have some Nebraska baseball. We will see. Evan Bland's opinion, and he's over there at Charles Schwab Field, was that Nebraska was going to play, but probably at the time that they were scheduled. So we will wait and see. We already got word that the Big East has canceled their tournament games today, so they will not be in action. Do we know when? Nope. Creighton's going to play tomorrow. We do not know yet.
Nope.
Okay.
Big East being very coy with the schedule for some reason. They just will not commit to a time, which kind of tells you, okay, it's going to rain this weekend in Mason, Ohio.
There's a great tweet from a Big East account being like, is the greater Cincinnati area underwater right now? Is it currently Atlantis? So, USC Michigan State began at 9 o'clock. They're still playing. UCLA Purdue was supposed to start at 1. At this point, you're hoping that they just even start before, this rain kind of comes through. And then Nebraska was supposed to play against Michigan at 5 p.m. I'm going to say this pretty confidently. I don't think Oregon and Washington are playing today. They were supposed to have first pitch at 9 o'clock. I don't think they're going to be able to play that game. But Nebraska versus Michigan to be determined. So we will keep on track with that. Nebraska Softball supposed to take on the Oklahoma State Cowgirls at 4 o'clock today. Our weatherman, Josh Hodson, has informed us that there's supposed to be rain, but the expectation is hopefully in terms of rain, that there could be some showers throughout the game, but there will not be lightning, hopefully, to the point where they have to delay the game like they did yesterday. We only got through a half inning and a couple other batters before we had to put completely squash the game yesterday. I mean, it was a long delay. Now, very impressed by the people at Bowlin Stadium who were still dancing at around 10 o'clock before the game officially got called. I'm going to be real with you. I would probably stay at a game for 2 hours that is being delayed before I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. I think I have like a 2-hour timer. I think it's probably dependent on the game. Like, granted, if it was a World Series game, like I'm not leaving until I'm told this game is over. Maybe to some people that Super Regional probably is akin to a World Series game. John with an N text in. If the Big East canceled their game so early, do we know if Connor got his pocket tacos today? I'm more worried about Chick-fil-A night at Prasco Park. We want our shirts. What are we doing? I need my shirts.
Well, Creighton won last night, so their trip is extended.
It is extended.
Makes it more likely that we'll get our Chick-fil-A night shirts.
We had some tunnel talk here today, released by Mr. Sean Callahan and Stephen and Sipple, along with Brian Munson. Still very happy, by the way, that Robin Washington gets his own nobody touches it basketball tunnel talk. I'm still a very big fan where it's just Robin solo. We're doing it live. Screw it. We're doing it live. That's what Robin does. A very interesting quote here from a couple of the guys here in terms of today's tunnel talk. I do want to touch on this one. Very interesting, especially when you kind of combined it with some of the aspects of what we learned today coming out of Louisville and their athletic deficit. It was announced a really good article on WDRB.com for Mr. Eric Crawford, who basically described a Louisville Athletics / Louisville Board of Trustees meeting where essentially the Louisville Athletic Department presented a $30 million deficit. Now, something about this deficit, which is really interesting, this is not the first time that Louisville Athletics has presented a $30 million deficit. They actually presented a $30 million deficit last year as well. But they got bailed out. There was a $10 million transfer of money from academics over to athletics. There also was a $25 million line of credit to be used over 2 years. Like there was things that they did last year to go ahead and say, okay, hey, this is how we're going to fix this $30 million deficit. Well, they got it again. Nothing changed, right? I mean, it's like the John Mulaney quote where your college asks you for money. I gave you $100,000 and you spent it already. Like, what the hell are we doing here? The Louisville Board of Trustees said, hey, dude, you had the same problem last year. And we were able to do, like, we had a $10 million university transfer. We gave you lines of credit. Like, we gave you the ability to pay it off. What the hell happened? And I think the damning part of this entire article is where Josh, one of the people presenting to the Board of Trustees, essentially said, look, if we don't have talent on the field or on the basketball court, we have no opportunity to increase revenue streams at all. If you stop spending now, we're going to lose. And so he's essentially being incredibly honest with the Louisville Board of Trustees, saying, look, dude, like, we got to keep going in debt. like this is what we have to continue to do. Or the worst option is trying to stabilize everything, but falling out of the national picture when it comes to football and basketball. And might I remind everybody, Louisville spent a pretty penny in both the football portal and in the basketball portal. When you go to Tunnel Talk here, this is from Sean Callahan. He said, I spoke with one expert in the NIL world this past week, and he said, quote, the reality is at some point we will be in an uncapped world. End quote. Callahan continues. He thought this would actually be better for a school like Nebraska in the long run, whose most recent reported $221 million in revenue for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. The number ranks 10th nationally. In an uncapped world, he said schools would be able to use as much of that amount as possible to pay the athletes. It's one of the reasons, in my opinion, why you are seeing athletic departments continue to try and create new revenue streams outside of athletics. They know that $221 million won't always be $221 million. Let me just say this right now. Good on Nebraska athletics. Good on Troy Dannon. In part two, this stems from Trev, right? You know, having finances in order. Good on everybody who has been in the financial department, who's been counting the beans and doing everything like that to make sure that Nebraska is not like Louisville, where they're reporting a $30 million deficit yearly, by the way, to the point where if you are in an uncapped world, a team like Louisville and Iowa State is kind of in the same boat too when it comes to how much debt that they are in. Things look dire for those types of athletic departments unless you have an unprecedented gift that a school like Kansas can get from David Booth, or a school like Michigan can get from Larry Ellison, or, you know, the crumble cookie man at, you know, BYU, and the chicken finger man and the Walmart man, like, and Cody Campbell and the oil man. Like, unless you got those guys, like, you're not getting bailed out. And so good for Nebraska being in a situation where if you were to live in an uncapped world, you would benefit. Here's my one thing, though. I'm all for uncapped economics. All right. I'm all for uncapped spending in terms of sports. Okay. I got no problem with the MLB model. Okay. The MLB rewards, in a way, aggressive owners, smart business people, like the open, like I'm cool with that, right? You have to have rules and regulations, though, if you go into an uncapped world, okay? You cannot go, like, with Sean saying, there are people who believe that you go in eventually we're going to be in an uncapped college financial world. Okay, that's cool. That's great. That's fine. But you cannot go into it the way that you are now, where it's just like, man, you think it's bad in terms of players entering the transfer portal year in and year out, and all of this unprecedented movement, and guys just packing up their bags year after year and going to the highest bidder. You think it's bad now? Can you imagine if you had schools who, using their athletic department revenue, just had an unlimited amount essentially that they could spend? You think it's bad now in terms of guys walking out on deals and going from a different school year to year? You think it's bad now? It would get way, way worse, way, way worse if you were to live in an uncapped world. So I'm all for that, and I think it's kudos to Nebraska for putting themselves in the situation where they look at an uncapped world and they go, whoa, like, okay, hey, this is going to benefit us. And obviously, there's still, you would have to think there still would be NIL coupled in all of that. Maybe it would be a different form of NIL. Maybe we would give it a different name, because essentially at that point, you wouldn't necessarily have to do deals or partnerships. You could probably just give the money to the athletic department and say, here you go, just figure it out. Compared to what you have to do now with the College Sport Commission, which, by the way, Sean does reveal in this article that there are some schools that just aren't submitting deals to the CSC, which is phenomenal, which is absolute chef's kiss in terms of just, we have rules. And that's what Jamie Pollard, the athletic director of Iowa State, was saying. He's like, we paid a lot of money for the CSC. We paid a lot of money for this entity to be created and for there to be more regulation, and people ask for regulation. And then what do? They don't adhere to that regulation. That's ridiculous. And I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. So that was a really funny nugget from Tunnel Talk. Overall, another good nugget from Tunnel Talk that, like we talked about earlier on, before we had that call from David, who told me that freshmen, sophomores, and juniors don't play offensive line in college football, which is kind of crazy. Steve Sipple hearing more and more great things about Chief Wade and the offensive line and how they're developing. It's all about development, baby. Good recruits from Coach Teasley and Coach Wade. But let's see how that turns into development on the field. I got a feeling, based on his merit at his previous stops, the offensive line hopefully will develop at least better in the pass protection game than they were under the previous offensive line coach. All right. Some things have been happening in the NFL. Let's detail some of those. OTAs, optional team activities, are going on. There are some players that are reporting, some players that are not reporting. There are some storylines that already are developing. Quarterback battles in the NFL just don't interest me as much in college football, because if you have a quarterback battle in the NFL, you're probably not going to be that great of a team more often than not. But we have some interesting tidbits when it comes to QB battles across the league. We will talk about that next here on Middays with Matt. Michigan will take on the Corn Huskers today. We don't know what time tonight that will occur between Nebraska and the Wolverines. Nebraska's first game of the Big Ten tournament. Carson Yassa will go ahead and be on the mound, 9-2 on the season, 3.58 ERA. We don't know yet who will be pitching for the Michigan Wolverines. They won last night by a score of 3-0. They just used one arm, by the way. Very big win for Shane Brinham, who was the pitcher, the left-handed pitcher, the freshman left-handed pitcher, might I add, for the Michigan Wolverines, allowing their bullpen to stay fresh as they get into the quarterfinals, and for the Wolverines, hopefully the semifinals and finals of the Big Ten tournament. Nebraska's first game today. Right now, Michigan State is trailing 7-0 in the top of the sixth inning against the USC Trojans at Charles Schwab Field. Bases loaded for the Trojans in the last inning with 2 outs. Josh and I were talking about it'd be pretty nice for the Big Ten if they got a run rule here, end the game a little bit early, get the crew out there and try and get the field ready to go, and hopefully get the next game up and moving and warming up as quick as possible. The game after Nebraska versus Michigan tonight will be Washington taking on UCLA. It'll be Purdue and Oregon playing each other before we head to the Nebraska game. So Nebraska originally was supposed to, it's going to be, I got it confused, Purdue and UCLA before the Nebraska-Michigan game, and then Oregon-Washington after the Nebraska-Michigan contest. Nebraska and Michigan were supposed to play at 5 o'clock. At this point, I think it's a pretty safe bet that that won't occur. When it will occur, whether or not it will actually happen, we do not know yet. We are, though, about 3 hours away from first pitch when it comes to Nebraska softball. A couple of stories out of OTAs for the NFL. Michael Penix versus Tua Tagovailoa. That will actually be quite the interesting quarterback battle. It's go time for Michael Penix. If this thing is going to work out, he's going to have a pretty good season this year. Tore his ACL. He's still recovering from that. Tua, had his moments in Miami, obviously, but had his own injury troubles throughout his entire tenure as a Dolphin, trying to get a second chance over in Atlanta. I think Atlanta, had a really good draft a year ago, especially on the defensive end. Now, you got to figure out what's going to happen with James Pierce Jr. That's kind of still up in the air after his run-in with the law a couple of months ago. But I still think Atlanta is a very interesting team, has a lot of interesting weapons. Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson. If they can have a quarterback who can, spread the love a little bit. I do think the Tyler Algier loss has gone under the radar. Algier, their second running back who signed with the Arizona Cardinals, no longer on the team. They used him a lot, more often than you think, honestly, for the Falcons last year. So that'll be a very interesting quarterback battle. Speaking about Arizona, they got a quarterback who's not reporting to OTAs. Jacoby Brissett, he's got a 2-year, $12 million deal last season after playing 12 games for the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals have decided, look, we're going to take one of the quarterbacks in 2027 to be our QB of the future. I don't anticipate them being very competitive this year. They're in the toughest division by far to be the fourth team in when it comes to the NFL, having to take on the San Francisco 49ers, LA Rams, and Seattle Seahawks a total of 6 times. They're punting, but Jacoby Brissett punting on OTAs because he wants a bigger contract. That's an interesting story to see what happens there. Does Carson Beck end up being the week 1 starter for the Cardinals? Speaking about the LA Rams, 2-year deal or 1-year deal, and now going to be a full 2-year contract for Matthew Stafford, won the MVP last year. How long does Ty Simpson have to wait? And is Sean McVay even his coach when he does play for the Rams? We will find out later. Oscar Jacobson coming up next here on Middays with Matt. 1620 The Zone and Arby's are teaming up for the Summer Sizzle giveaway. Turn up the flavor with the Summer Sizzle giveaway. Enter to win, and you could score a combo meal every week all summer long. That's 13 weeks of hot, delicious wins. No cooking, no stressing, just sizzling bites on us and Arby's. Enter now at 1620thezone.com and make this your tastiest summer yet. We go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. We welcome in a man from Herd at Sports, who's been covering state soccer for a little bit now. Took a break to go on a fun vacation, but he's now back in the Metro, along with the fact that I miss seeing his face. I don't know how many people have ever said that before. I do enjoy it when he's in the stream as opposed to on the phone, but on the hotline, we are joined by Austin Jacobson. How are you?
That has to be the world's longest intro possible. That was insane. That was so many words. Did you write that down? Are you going to do that every single time?
I do have typically long intros that compliment my guests very often. I try and give my guests the highest amount of praise possible before I bring them on the show.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, I am back.
Do you have any notes? Do you have any notes? You want me to change anything?
No, actually, I loved every inch of that thing. That was great. So, but yeah, we are here at Josh Otzenberg Stadium here in the Omaha Metro. So very excited to be here for classes C and D as they get going. So yeah, it's a busy day.
Are you walking right now?
Yeah. I'm just walking amongst the crowd. We're out on the infield right now here at Burke. I'm trying to grab a couple of interviews, but just talking to you right now, pal.
Oh, I appreciate it, pal. How is the concession stands over at Burke Stadium?
You know what? I have not hit concession stands yet, but they did the elite move last night at the wrapping up of A and B that they gave away $1 and $2 pieces of burgers because they had to clear out, So
yeah.
That's one of the elite moves of a track meet. If you stick around long enough, you can get a good deal.
I know what you're probably going to answer with here, but is there a hands down best concession stand in high school sports in Omaha that you look forward to going to every time? And if it's Ron Colley, pick a different one.
Oh, geez. We'll see. I was going to say, you as 1620 The Zone should know it's Ron Colley Catholic easily and far and away. I will give a second place ever to Mount Michael. I do like their concessions. They do have an underrated. It's a bit of a travel to get out there. But outside that in the Omaha Metro, you're going to find some good places. Generally speaking, they're all pretty much the same. I do like, for whatever reason, Millard North basketball. Efficiency, quick, and also pretty decent variety, all things considered.
Good to know. I like Papillion. I think Papillion.
Ooh, which Papillion?
I think it's found. Is it at Foundation Field where they both play?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that.
They make some really good hot dogs over there. They're like char grilled hot dogs, and they're like they use the right buns, and so like they start getting the outside of the hot dog really like sweating, and so you get some moisture in on the bun, and it makes an incredible contrast.
That's no surprise. You start sweating when you see a good set of buns there, man.
That I do. I'm always analyzing moisture when it comes to whether or not I'm eating my things.
Didn't like that. Not like that.
What, you don't like moisture? You're not a fan of moisture?
Not in my eating process. No, not necessarily.
What do you put on your hot dog, Austin Jacobson?
Wait, that's what you're asking me right now? I'm in the pinnacle of sporting events as part of Nebraska high school.
I was just going to ask you a bunch of random ass questions until you had that reaction. I was going to see how far I could go here.
You can't fool me. I know that you're just really bad at interviewing about high school sports, so can't fool me.
Well, I would like to have a conversation with you before I just give you the floor and you talk for the next 8 minutes. I haven't talked to you in a while. I miss my friend.
No, I miss my friend too. Okay. Anyway, yes, I'm actually, I'll give you the Chicago dog with the pickle spear. I'll do that every time. That is one of my favorites actually. But it's not a realistic, you're going to get that everywhere, right?
1,000,000%.
But if you're going to be in an upper tier, the pickle spear at home is what I'll normally do, but we're not boiling broths or anything in our home kitchen by any means.
Don't boil broths. Boil hot dogs though. Hot dogs are good boiled. Funny enough, before you get mad at me, the pickle spear is probably the one thing I take off of my Chicago dog. It just tastes like a salad, after that, I feel like.
What salads do you eat that have pickles in them?
But then you add the tomato and the onion and then the mustard, especially if you add the kraut as well. It just is a lot. There's a lot going on in one bite. And then also the fact that at times the pickle is half the size of the hot dog. It's just a lot going on in your mouth. I take the spear off.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were in a measuring contest between hot dogs and pickles. I didn't realize that's what the show is about.
Well, the show's about a lot of things. And I would say that both hot dogs and pickles are way above average in terms of measurement. So let's go ahead and talk about the faces Josh Odson makes during this interview. Just crack me up. Let's talk about high school soccer. What do you got for us? Let's lay it all down for us.
Well, that wrapped up 2 days ago. And honestly, the best part about high school soccer is the amount of storylines and the way that the community come out and support. Omaha South was there. Overrunning Morrison Stadium and the berms out there. It was a wonderful sight. Lexington the game before. Great to see that community come out and do it. Gretna and Lincoln Southwest, you couldn't ask for two different types of stories that came out of state champions for soccer and boys. Gretna was not necessarily the presumed champion by any means. They were going to have to go through a pretty good Class B field, but they were uber talented. They're going to be back there again next year, and their coach, John Cover, is fantastic as well. He was a Gretna alum, found a way to get a title back for his Dragons and his alma mater, and you can tell it just means a little bit to these soccer-bound communities. Well, now Gretna is a little bit more diverse in kind of how good they are in different sports too, but they take it seriously there. And Gretna East, they love their soccer. On the opposite side, when you look at what Lincoln Southwest did, this is just a culmination of preparing, getting better and better, and being in the right spot to take advantage of the program. I really, really respect what Lincoln Southwest has done with their soccer program. They're one of the top competitors each year in and year out, and each season, it's never a surprise if they're in the state tournament, and you'd never be shocked if they were to compete for a state title. But to get their first one in 12 years, especially with the way that they did it, Miguel Solano Rodriguez was the lone goal scorer in the championship match, and he was on a heater to end the state tournament, got 7 goals in that state tournament in 3 contests, and he entered the state tournament with only 6 goals on the season. So if you're going to go out, might as well go out on your sword, and he did that, and Southwest is the beneficiary for it.
I'm going to first ask you, who is the breakout player of the tournament right now? Is it the man that you just, or is it the person you just mentioned, or is it somebody else?
Oh, geez, that's a really good question. I'll give you this. I was very impressed by Elijah Fulton. He was a senior from Gretna, put on a couple of goals there late to extend the lead to 8-2 in that Class B final. But he was kind of a linchpin for them the entirety of the season. One of those senior guys. They have a freshman. I believe it's Nathan Fillion. I might be wrong. It might be Nate. I can't remember exactly.
Nate Fillion from Castle?
No, not Fillion. Fillion, Thiellen. Yes. But he was the leading scorer for the team coming in, one of the Class A leading scorers. And I was impressed by his just ability to draw attention, especially from the rest of this talented Gretna group. You could tell that there was a lot of respect for him. But obviously, everything kind of opened up through Alex Sawinski, who's going to be getting a lot of attention here in the next coming months for Gretna. I guess those are just more proper names itself, but overall, if you're looking for the breakout player, Miguel Solano is probably the guy that you would point to and say Southwest probably does not upset Papio South and definitely doesn't win the championship over Omaha South if he doesn't go on the heater that he did in the final 2 games.
More likely to happen, Nebraska baseball hosts a regional, or Nebraska softball makes it to the Women's College World Series?
Nebraska softball. Wait, hold on. Nebraska softball to go to the Women's College World Series, or Nebraska baseball to host a regional?
Yes.
Well, they're both going to happen. So, that's a 50-50 chance. So you're asking me, which one's 51, 49, essentially?
Okay.
I'm confident in Nebraska softball's ability to make it to the Women's College World Series. I think that this series will be challenging whenever they choose to play. But I think a lot of things go in the favor of Nebraska softball. And for baseball, from what I can tell, you basically just win today or whenever this game is supposed to be played. I think that you're pretty secure and you feel pretty good moving forward.
I agree with that. I agree with that completely. How big of a deal do you think this is just for Nebraska softball, Nebraska prep softball? The fact that Alexis Jensen, Jordy Fromm, and Ruby Malin, the pitcher for the Oklahoma State Cowgirls, all 3 of them, the big deals heading into this one, all from the state. How big of a story is that? And how big of an accomplishment is it for Nebraska prep softball?
You know what's really funny about that is I think it's not necessarily this big story. Maybe nationally, if people want to attach themselves to it and be like, oh, look, the talent in Nebraska, specifically the Omaha Metro is so, it's so pointed. It's so elite. You can see where this talent is coming from in one hotbed of an area. I think it's actually the right word is more validation. I think it proves what this, especially area, the Metro softball is so good. And especially the state of Nebraska continues to pump out a lot of talented softball recruits from all levels, whether it's NAIA to Division I. And, I was actually, maybe this is a summer project for me. I'd like to go through the numbers, maybe see like which sport best represents Nebraska in terms of like where are the players going, where are the recruits, heading to all that sort of stuff.
That'd be
But
super
softball,
interesting.
Yeah, softball has to be up there. So I would say it's more validation than anything that softball is proving itself on big stages, and that especially the Omaha area is proving how good kids from this area can be at the biggest stage.
Do you think we don't talk about Alexis Jensen enough from the perspective of she already is one of the better pitchers in college softball and she's only a freshman? Do you think that maybe, rightfully so, we give Jordy Fromm a lot of the attention, but when we talk about like who the next Jordy Fromm could be for Nebraska softball, is there a chance that it's currently on their roster right now with number 99?
It's probably more of like a Jordan Larson like type comparison, right? Like Jordy Fromm and Jordan Larson maybe more comparable, where they are such meteoric shooting stars that yes, you want to find who that next person is to replace that character, like the person you're missing on that Mount Rushmore. And Alexis Jensen definitely could be, but I think that there is a reason why we kind of not necessarily have forgotten about Alexis Jensen necessarily, but I think that she and maybe Nebraska softball have kind of quieted down a little bit. Not to not showcase her ability and everything, but because, listen, the bigger the secret is that Alexis Jensen is really, really good, the better it is for Nebraska moving through the Women's College World Series. The teams that they play are going to know how good she is.
Yeah.
But nationally, if people want to overlook her or she needs to find that chip on her shoulder, why not? She goes in, shoves a couple of innings, and makes things work. I mean, that's a win for Nebraska, especially when she comes out motivated and she comes out, especially in the ways that she's been able to when she gets just that extra bit of chip on her shoulder. It's a hard pitching rotation to stop, and especially if you can get Fromm for one game and then you can get Alexis for the next.
Yeah,
you feel really, really good about where you are comparative to the rest of the field, no matter who you're playing in college softball.
All right, my friend, you are on the job. I'm going to let you go a little bit early here. Great job with what you're doing with state soccer. Very happy that you come on the show and spread all your knowledge about what's going on in and across high school sports across the state. So I appreciate you greatly. Have fun out there, and we'll talk to you soon, my man.
Yep, no problem. I'm still looking for Josh Hodson's name somewhere here. I might just put it into one of the trees if you're looking for that brick stand.
I'm pretty sure Josh Hodson already has his name etched into a tree somewhere.
Carve it into the wall, Austin.
Okay, sounds good. I will graffiti as best I can.
See ya, AJ.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, that was a little rude.
Put me in the Hall of Fame, cowards.
You think you've done enough?
Yeah.
Is there anyone you're willing to call out that you believe that you have more merit to be in the Burke Hall of Fame?
Rod Cush.
What have you done that supersedes Rod?
What has he done? He's opened a furniture store. Ooh.
Is it NFM?
No.
Okay. I was about to say. Is it Mr. B's? What is it? What furniture store is he?
I think it was Rod Cush's furniture.
But did he give a lot of money from the furniture store to the Burke High
Look,
School?
it's not about money.
Yes, it is.
It's
It
about
totally
contributions.
is. You either have to be such a shooting star anomaly in terms of I'm not saying you're not. I love you, Josh, but like you're not on daytime television. You're not on Good Morning America.
I'm not on daytime television. Tune into 1620 The Zone TV, baby. 10 to 2.
You're not on linear television. You're not on Good Morning America.
That's outdated. It's outdated thinking.
You're not on ESPN or Fox or FS1 or Wake Up Barstool or Get Up or...
There's a lot of places I could be, but I choose to be here.
That is good. And I'm very glad you're here.
I choose to give back to my community.
Josh, don't go anywhere. Please don't go. Please. I've already lost one co-host. I don't need to. I don't want to lose you.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm Omaha's own. I was born here. I ran for mayor on that campaign. I live here.
That was your campaign.
I live here.
Can we? Because I feel like Connor kind of shortchanged you in terms of your mayoral campaign. I think I would be a great campaign manager.
Yeah, you do
Come
a
on.
good job of creating compelling arguments
Narrative,
for
storylines. I think I could have been a great Don Draper.
Oh,
I could have killed it as Don Draper. Marketing. I never really thought of getting into marketing. If I was doing it all over again, and I was told, Matt, you can't do sports broadcasting, I probably would have done marketing.
I think it'd be good for you.
It's toasted, you know. That's what they say about that one. What was it? What was the cigarette company? It's toasted.
Oh yeah.
You know, pass the ketchup. Pass the Heinz. Right.
That's right.
Sorry, I'm going off of. I probably should watch. All right, if you had me watch Madman, The Wire, Madman, The Wire, or is it Mad Men?
Men. It's multiple. It's plural.
Sorry, I'm just going off of. They called me a madman.
Okay.
That's completely. It's tainted my knowledge of that word. If you were to have me watch Mad Men, The Wire, or The Sopranos, you would have me watch what?
Oh. You know so many quotes from The Sopranos, but I'll still pick that.
Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that. God forbid. God forbid. What? No ziti? Not in the face, Tony.
Yeah, I'd pick The Sopranos.
He's an interior decorator. You pick The Sopranos. Okay. You know what? I might watch an episode of Mad Men.
It's a very good show.
My dabble. I need a show now. I don't know if they're going to make another season of Loki, and I've kind of given up on Rick and Morty, and so I currently have no shows, and I'm up to date with.
You had 2, and now you have none.
Now I have none. Well, they're not making enough. I think Loki's done. I think we're done with that.
I don't know.
I'm not watching Rick and Morty anymore. I've kind of been Rick and Morty'd, you know? Like, I'm good. I've experienced it. I watched the first 5 seasons. I don't really need any like closure or storyline or anything like that. Like I went through that weird phase of my life where I would get intoxicated and then watch Rick and Morty.
Yeah, you're of the age. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I'm past that.
Yeah.
That was like 21-year-old. Your wife goes, why are we not picking The Wire? Is The Wire a very sacred television show in your house?
It is for me. I didn't know it was for my wife.
Are you surprised that she's offended that you didn't pick The Wire?
A little. I mean,
To The Wire.
Bless her for being here.
Thank you for listening. J-Man goes, get Matt to watch the entire series of Oz.
Sure.
Speaking about Oz, did you see the whole Pablo Torre finds out expose Oz Perlman for like the tricks that he does?
Yes.
Can I be real with you?
Colin Cowherd's very mad.
Can I be real with you?
Please.
I kind of understand where Cowherd's coming from. Like, do you really? I mean, do you care? Do we really care all that much? Maybe I have to watch the video and then I should have a proper opinion. Have you seen?
No, that's where I'm at. Is I need to watch it before critiquing. But
I agree.
It does feel like an odd choice on the surface.
Well,
yes.
Pablo does a very good job of being like, no, these people need to be held accountable, or people think that, hey, you know enough about this guy to have opinions, and then he shows different opinions. Like, I still can't believe, though. I think the NFL really flexed their muscle with how they just kind of swept Pablo's NFLPA story under the rug. And so JC Treader is a part of that organization, because I thought Pablo did a phenomenal job reporting on that. But on the surface level, you're correct. On the surface level, I look at Pablo Torre does Oz Perlman, and I go, I don't give a damn how he does I don't need him to be exposed. I find it entertaining, but maybe he's a POC, and then we have to find out about that piece of crap.
Yes.
Some people were Connor was very confused what a POC was.
Well, we knew what it meant. We just didn't know why you
why POS
there. No, why POC? Why you edited POC instead of just said piece of crap?
Well, you got to keep people on your toes. I just can't say, ass all the time on the show. Got to mix it up a little bit. Real quick before we hit a break. A very interesting thing popped up here on the field of 68. First off, Ruben Chinyelu rejoining Florida. Massive. They jumped up to number 1 in the Rothstein top 45 teams heading into next season. At this point, we were having a conversation, I think it was last week, about who the number 1 team in the country might end up being. I think at honestly, now that Chinyelu is back with Florida, they are by far, bar none, the number one team in the country heading into next season. I would personally put Illinois number 2 behind Florida. I think Illinois with Ivasic, both Ivasics plus Mirkovic, and then you add Stefan Vox. If they end up getting Andrei Skorjakovic back, that would be absolutely massive. Skorjakovic is in the NBA draft process, and this kind of is a segue to what we're going to talk about real quick before we hit balls at around 128. The Field of 68 asked 10 NBA executives to get their takes on what these players should do. So should these certain players go to the NBA or should they stay in the NCAA? 10 NBA executives had opinions on whether or not these notable names, a lot of them are very familiar, what they should do in terms of deciding, do I go to the draft or do I go back to college basketball? And let me tell you this, man, there are some very big names on here that NBA executives are saying that they for sure should go back to the NCAA. That 10 years ago, these men would be no doubt, no brainer going to the NBA draft and being selected either in the late first round or the early second round. Listen to some of these names that these 10 NBA executives think they should go back to the NCAA. And I'll explain as to why those teams, why the college basketball product has gotten so much better. Here are the names. 10-0. These NBA executives no doubt believe these following players should go back to the NCAA. Flory Badunga, Jeremy Fears Jr., Andrei Skorjakovic, John Blackwell, stud out of Wisconsin, committed to Duke, Tyler Tanner, stud guard from Vanderbilt, along with Milan Momcilovic, who is rumored to go to Kentucky if he doesn't go to the NBA draft, had one of the best three-point shooting seasons in college basketball history. Those names, Tanner, Momcilovic, Badunga, Fears, Skorjakovic, Blackwell, top players in the NCAA, that if we were back in 2013, 14, 15, they would be for sure going to the NBA draft. Here's another one, too. Koa Pete. It's a guy that I'm looking at the new CBS 2026 mock draft here. Koa Pete is mocked to go 22nd overall to the Philadelphia 76ers. 7 of the 10 NBA executives believe that Koa Pete should go back to the NCAA. Can you imagine what it would be like back in 2017 if a borderline NBA draft lottery pick were to go back to the NCAA? We would be calling that athlete crazy. We'd be saying, what are you doing? Go and get your money. Go and be a first-round pick. Go to the league. Go and make your cash, dude. You're taking way too much of a risk by going back to the NCAA and potentially putting yourself vulnerable to injury that would not allow you to be selected at the same height that you would now. Now that you have the benefit of money, that you have the benefit of competition, the fact that Koa Pete is on a great team with Arizona, it's actually more so looked at as a Koa Pete is a 6'7", 245 pound freshman who has winning pedigree, who's super strong, who has intangibles, who could shoot it from the three-point line, who scored 14 points per game on a loaded Arizona team. Like, that guy is now looked at as, yeah, go back to college, make your cash, and then make yourself a top 10 pick next year, as opposed to being outside of the lottery. This is why college basketball, why we're kind of, I don't want to call it a renaissance, but we're having this just, meteoric rise where the regular season numbers haven't been better. The postseason numbers hadn't been better, where just more eyes just nationally seem like they're on it. And there was way more investment top down on the sport. It's because the quality of sport is higher because of these guys who used to be second round picks returning to college. But on top of that, we talked about this, Josh, when it came to college football. You add more games, you add more playoff spots, you take away the importance of each game individually. Well, do you know what college basketball is? College basketball is becoming a higher quality product while having half the games and upping the importance of each individual game, as opposed to what the NBA's problem is, which is 82-game season is way too long, and I'm not invested in game to game. Well, college basketball product is rising, and yet it still has that value of There are a lot more games that hold more importance, especially when you get into the conference play. I think that this list, I looked at it, and it's not surprising knowing what era of college basketball we're in now. But when you take a step back and look at it from a macro perspective, you're like, man, John Blackwell 10 years ago, it wouldn't even be a decision for that guy to go to the NBA draft. Now you go, dude, make your money. Make your money at Duke. Get your $5 million. Be one of the best players in the NCAA and give yourself a chance, an opportunity to go and win a national championship. By the way, Dallas Mavericks, they got rid of Jason Kidd a couple of days ago, which Jason Kidd is destined to be fired from every NBA job he's ever given. John Shire, one of their top candidates for the Dallas Mavericks. Something to keep an eye on potentially here. All right. Coming up next on Middays with Matt, Balls with Josh Odson on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody. Balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody.
It's balls time here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Odson, the good, the bad, the ugly throughout the MLB.
We start with the good because that's what's listed first all the time. I'm not really sure why. New York Yankees pitcher Garrett Cole pitching for the first time since the 2024 World Series tonight against the AL leading Rays.
Is he still warming up with the bullpen for the Houston Astros?
Who? Garrett Cole? No.
He's still warming up for Game 7?
He's in the Bronx now.
Is he still staying loose? That's the last time I remember Garrett Cole. You remember when they didn't bring? That's tough.
That's
tough. That's tough. Good for Garrett.
Yeah,
good for him.
I don't normally say, hey, good for the Yankees, but good for, I don't wish injury upon anyone.
No. But like Garrett Cole will never be threatening to me because the Cubs just always crapped all over his Pittsburgh Pirates. Like it's just like when you spank a team's ass for that long and you just torture them. Like anybody on that team really isn't that threatening to you. I'm gonna be real with you. Some people are gonna call me crazy here. Andrew McCutchen, not really threatened by him. Never had a problem with McCutchen. Never had an issue. Never had a problem.
Love that guy.
Is he still? He's still a Pirate now.
No,
too? Where is he? Is he done?
With the Rangers organization, I believe he is on their big league club.
Hall of Famer. Yeah, right. Yeah,
feels like he's right on the.
Even I know
right?
That's a deep breath type deal.
Yeah,
I love the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I would vote for him, but I'm a more lenient Hall voter than.
We gotta make more things like the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Where it's hard to get in.
Well, not just that. It's hard to get in, but it means so much to so many people.
Okay.
Like it's hard to get into a club, right? But it's like. Do you really care about that club that much? Most of the time, I feel like if you were to get denied going into the club, you'd kind of be like, all right, I didn't really want to go all that much anyway, At least that's how I would be. I'm a different man, though. I like bars with a lot of wood.
You do.
And I'm not really looking for a vodka cran. I'm more so looking for $3 Miller High Lifes or $2 Miller High Lifes or $1 Miller High Lifes. That would be incredible. Josh,
his similarity scores are on Baseball Reference. Andrew McCutchen, Chili Davis, Torrey Hunter, Ruben Sierra, Bernie Williams.
How many ballots did Torrey get?
I don't know.
I think Torrey was a 2 or 3 ballot guy. If I'm correct here.
Might be headed straight to the Hall of Very Good.
Does he qualify for the Hall of Very Good? Because there's that Twitter account that tells us all the time that there are some guys that are too good to be in the Hall of Very Good.
Oh, what he'd be in? Would you think he'd be in purgatory between the two?
He'd be.
Oh, that sounds like pure hell.
In the Hall of Very, Very Good.
That might be a harder Hall of Fame to get into.
There might be a hall of people who could be in the hall. Like you're in the hallway of the hallway.
Yeah.
That's
we go to the bad. Sorry, Matt. I don't know if you know this. The Cubs have lost 5 in a row. They're 2 of 8 in their last 10. Both of those are worst in the National League. But I'm going to lift you up. Still in second place in the Central, game and a half behind the Brew Crew.
Not only is it them losing 5 games in a row, I should have put it on our mariachi mixtape. I did predict when the Cubs were on their 10-game winning streak, their second 10-game winning streak. I go, at some point this is going to flip. At some point, it's just like the injuries are going to catch up to them. The pitching staff is going to catch up to them. The bullpen is, going to fall off a little bit. Now, mainly this has been, they just got mowed down against the Brewers in terms of their offense. And then, the White Sox, they just lost a really close game in the third go-around. But Yeah, it's tough. I think when they were winning all those games against Cincinnati, you had a feeling that, hey, they could have lost those games easily, and now they're losing these games. I mean, it's they are. I still feel the same way about them, even when they were on their second 10-game winning streak, where it's just like they're really good, but I just think there's a little bit more. But unfortunately, Matt Boyd, Justin Steele, Kate Horton, all guys that you're counting on being key contributors this year, currently out. So
J-Man in the chat, PCA incident does not help things.
I love that PCA said what he said. Now, do you know what PCA needs to do? Play better baseball, and not just on the. He's making some errors in center field too. It's supposed. I mean, this guy's supposed to be one of the greatest outfielders statistically ever. I mean, literally, that's what we were talking about. He was catching balls that nobody has ever caught before, and now he's dropping routine fly balls. It's ridiculous.
And yelling at ladies who were being, also vulgar to him.
Yes,
to be fair,
he's defending himself. What do you want?
I think that big fence is defending him just fine.
Okay, the lady versus PCA, who wins a fight? Don't answer that.
I'm going to bet that lady.
Torii Hunter, by the way, has been on the Hall. Torii Hunter has been on Hall of Fame ballot 6 times.
Oh, okay.
So maybe that's Kutch. Maybe he's just on the ballot. But now Torii got 9.5%, I think, on his last go around. So maybe that's Kutch. Maybe he gets like 18-19% in perpetuity. And then maybe, when they do after the 15 times and they move on and they do the old school voting or whatever. But John Claude Van Layden goes, they're at the party, but not at the real party. It's like you're too good to go to the crappy club, but you're not good enough to go in the real club.
Yeah, it's good, but there's something better right across the street.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But where would you rather be? Would you rather just be somewhere as opposed to being in the middle of nowhere? That's a question I often ask myself. What is the ugly?
The ugly is the Detroit Tigers. They are
Kerry Carpenter.
2-13 since Tarek Skubal hit the IL. His return still TBD after a third bullpen session earlier this week. Tigers have lost 6 in a row.
Me correcting you on pronunciation is like the pot calling the kettle black, but I do want to. Is it Tarek?
His name is Tarek.
Okay, that's how
we said Tariq for quite a few years, and he's like, well, now that I'm a big deal, I guess I should tell you how to say my name.
Tarek Skubal. Yeah. Like Denzel. It's not Denzel. It's Denzel.
Oh, that's right. He did do that.
He is Denzel Washington Jr., but then his mom would get the name. So one was Denzel and one was Denzel. Now, I mean, Michael Severe made fun of me for it's Travis Achan. That's how you say it.
There's a cutoff for if you do not correct us, you're doomed to have your name mispronounced forever.
There was a half season where I thought Darius and Shaq Leonard were different people. I didn't realize Darius was like, it's really Shaq. I didn't know that occurred. Now, there are 2 men who tried correcting us and then we didn't correct. And then they went back to how it was originally said, even though it wasn't correct. And that's Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack said in an interview one time, it's Khalil. It's Khalil Mack. It's not Khalil Mack. But then we never got the memo. And then it's Khalil Mack now. That and it's Bajan. I'm going to call him Bajan Robinson.
Everyone deserves to have their name pronounced correctly, however.
If the original way sounds better, that's how we're going to say it. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think Bajan Robinson is still a sick sounded name. Do you think Bijan is so much better?
It's tomato, almost literally.
I think Bajan Robinson. Now, ETN. I mean, ETN rolled. Travis Etienne, that just rolled off the tongue. That really did. PC goes, Odson's still running on that Skubal. Did you bet Skubal to win the Cy Young when it was like
the first time he won the Cy Young preseason? I had him to. Connor goes, I don't know, maybe bet Skubal to win the Cy Young, and I'm like, oh, okay.
What? How much?
So I did.
Plus what?
I don't remember the odds. I mean, I'm sure it was like 400 or 500.
Well,
preseason future.
Do you remember when we were making our like futures bets for the college football, and I had Brendan Sorsby winning the Heisman and Texas Tech hitting their over and making the college football playoff?
Their schedule was a cakewalk this season.
They still got that think it's Will Hammond. They still might end up being pretty fine and okay and probably make the college football playoff. But I really like the Sorsby to win Heisman bet. I thought it was a great bet.
Yeah.
I thought the odds
I'll
were
bet
crazy.
he thought it was a great bet too.
Kevin Jennings might get a little bit love from me, the quarterback out of SMU after our friend Brett Ciancia.
That's right.
Yesterday, he might get a little sprinkle. I cannot wait for football futures. I'm just like, we are counting down the days until we get our magazines. That's what I'm doing. And then when we get our magazines, man, good night, Eileen. We're going to say good night, Eileen, on this week. Coming up next here on Middays with Matt. We hope you all enjoyed this Friday of Memorial Day edition of Middays with Matt.
Whether you listen to it on Friday or Monday, we're thankful.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I had to make this good enough to play on Monday.
Yeah.
Well, we did talk a lot about...
I have decisions to make.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, I did spend a lot of time talking about a game that would have already occurred by the time Monday rolls around.
Well, hopefully a whole series.
Well, I was talking about baseball. We also did mention softball. But you know, the sandwich segment of today's show, that'll play.
I could just play that 12 times in a row on Monday.
You know what? I mean, if it's just me breaking down an Italian beef, some would say I have more expertise about that than anything else we talk about. What are we watching tonight?
We're watching the Western Conference. This is also not going to play very well on Monday.
You can't. We got that's the show for today. We're wrapped up like a blank. I can't say that word.
Oh, yeah. Western Conference Finals, Game 3 and 4 this weekend. Thunder Spurs. We're in San Antonio on NBC, 7:30 Friday, 7 o'clock Sunday. That series tied at 1. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 3, Knicks and Cavs, 7 o'clock Saturday night on ABC. Knicks lead that series 2-0. Hockey Conference Finals continue. Game 2 between the Knights and the Avalanche, 7 p.m. Friday, 7 p.m. Sunday, both on ESPN. Vegas leads that 1-0. Canadiens and the Hurricanes, Game 2, tomorrow night at 6 on TNT. Baseball this weekend, Astros, Cubs, now on Apple TV. Mariners, Royals, 3 o'clock tomorrow on FS1. Cardinals, Reds, 6 o'clock on Fox. And Rangers, Angels, Sunday night on Peacock. They will finish the Big East tournament at some point. I don't know when to tell you Creighton's playing, but I'll tell you they'll play the loser of Xavier St. John's probably tomorrow. Nebraska in the Big Ten tournament Friday night, 5 o'clock on BTN. Super Regionals in Lincoln, 4 o'clock today, 4 o'clock tomorrow on ESPN2. The Bride is on HBO Max now with Christian Bale, retelling of The Bride of Frankenstein. And on Peacock this weekend, Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair, the new cut combining volumes 1 and 2 into one 4-hour-long movie.
When is that and what time?
That's on Peacock whenever you desire.
Oh, maybe I'll pretend that I'll get to it at some point and then probably never get to it.
Yeah, that's a good spot for us.
But I got to watch Memento.
Do that. It's short.
Do you like the Boise State hat on a Funky Hat Friday?
Funky Hat Friday. Okay.
Yes. Because Mike Schaefer wants to see more of my hats. So every Friday, a funkier hat.
Okay. That could be something. Yeah.
Pretty one. I like this one. I also like Vegas versus Colorado over 6.5 goals. I think that Carter Hart had a great performance in game 1, but I think Colorado will shake off some of that rust that they had coming into the series. And I don't think Hart's going to perform to the same level. But at the same time, if anybody can keep up with the Colorado offense,
not a Hart Trophy
the
winner.
Vegas Golden Knights over 6.5 plus 110 on DraftKings. Thank you so much for listening to this show today and the show the entire week. We will be off Monday for Memorial Day, but we will see you suckers on Dash Show on Tuesday here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.